depending.
Jazz?
Why did I have this capturing Minecraft? I don't remember. Okay.
Because you can.
I mean, sure, but I don't know. I was probably no, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. Probably doing some tests I don't remember doing or something. I don't know.
Mm.
We'll put that there. Okay, cool. Oh, hi.
Who'd you say hi to?
You.
Hi.
I saw your name in the lobby. I was like, oop.
Hi. Hi. Oh, wait, that's not how you do it. Just pretend it's going forever. Hi.
Oh yeah, the little like
It's called a
whatever.
tilde.
No, I know what it's called, but like I was trying to describe what it represents, but I don't really know how to describe what it like represents if used in text.
It
Like the
represents elongation of a letter.
oh,
Or a final letter.
that works. Do I play smart or not?
No.
No? Okay.
Play dumb.
Got it. Heard. Will do.
I'm gonna be artificer. Because I like facing my art.
You like facing your art safely.
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Ooh, look at this. I want this.
Hmm. Oh god, right, the
It's
icon.
gonna
God damn.
It's so goddamn
Oh, I
big.
should have been Rex. We're right near the edge. No, whatever.
Oh well. The walking one?
You did say to a play dumb, so
Like dumb.
here I am playing dumb.
Let's do it then.
Want to know how to not play engineer? You use the walking turrets.
Who are you?
Who are you people?
Who are you people? I like that episode where they go to SpongeBob where they go to prank people
Oh,
or they
oh,
go to the
oh, oh.
prank store. Oh,
Go
I
on.
don't know how you manage that.
The rats pushed me off.
Oh, but they go to the prank store to go buy like something to prank people,
Mm-hmm.
and they come across invisible spray. The first thing they say is SpongeBob's like, "Wow, invisible spray," and Patrick's like, "But I can see it." It's the first thing the motherfucker says.
I mean, good shit though. Good shit.
And then there's a scene later where they start spraying each other because they just had like a fight, I guess. So they're like spraying each other, making jokes about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it cuts forward to where they're both completely invisible.
Okay.
Uh, and SpongeBob asks a random guy next to them. He's like, "Hey, what time is it?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, it's this." And SpongeBob's like, "Thank you." The guy's like, "Don't mention it." And he looks in the direction, he sees no one, and Patrick's like, "Don't mention what?" And the guy's like, "Who said that?" And Patrick goes, "Me." And the guy freaks out. He's like, "Ah, ghost!" And he runs away so hard that his eyes fall out, and his eyes
Oh.
scream too. And his eyes scream,
Uh.
run away, take the car, and drive away.
Oh shit.
And Patrick goes, "Hey, I'm not a ghost." Oh, the nerve of that guy and his driving eyeballs.
Yeah, the nerve of that dude and his driving highballs. What the fuck?
That was such a funny scene. It
What
was
the
funny
hell?
for no reason, dude.
That sounds like wild to imagine in my head. It's been wild to see. Like actually see.
It's something that just yeah, it just sounds so random that you wouldn't believe me that I said it exists. But it exists. I'll just take this. I don't like this item, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but
Actively bad for Artificer.
yeah. Unless you got a light flux already, but
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah, I don't. I'll take a teddy bear.
The goat hoof, at least the total benefit from the goat hoof.
That is true, yeah, they do benefit from that.
There was a monster cannon there too, and I was tempted, but I was like, wait.
They can't really sprint in this mode.
No, unless you're like across the map, and then they'll sprint for like 2 seconds and then stop.
Yeah. If they couldn't, if they rarely sprinted in normal mode, then you know a mode where you're restricted to nothing but them. It's like, yeah, they're not going anywhere.
Nah. I think they're also a little weaker too.
Then why do they exist?
Like it's constant, which I think is part, which is part of it. The beam is constantly on them. It's like tick based instead of just like a bullet, damage per bullet.
Right.
But like, I'll take those. So it's probably easier to build up damage potentially, or like maybe it's easy to inflict status ailments like bleed or something, since it is kind of a constant thing. But it's, I still don't think it's quite as strong as the individual shots from the first turret, the Gauss turrets. And they can't even, like, the range isn't even that good. Like if an enemy's like I'm pretty sure the other turrets could shoot at someone like as high as you are. They probably won't hit, but they'll shoot at them. But I'm pretty sure these turrets won't even aim or won't even try and hit things that are like halfway between you and me.
Oh,
Like they just
okay,
don't try to shoot, or if they do, the laser doesn't reach that far. They'll just kind of look up at him like, ooh, what's that?
Yeah, that's cringe.
It's not good. If the range was longer, I may use them a little more, cause I do like the fact that they move. But like, that's the only good thing about them. They move.
I got you. Cringe.
Yes. It is unfortunate. But that's why I'm playing engineering, to show you what not to do.
Don't do this.
Ooh, I can activate bands though.
I'll take this honestly.
Ooh.
Make it easier for me to hit stuff.
Just load up this thing with my mind. I can't. There we go. Oh, they're going for the explosives. Why? I didn't know they did that. I mean, it makes sense because they're technically an enemy in every regard except the fact that they don't try to attack you. But still, I didn't know that they did that. Interesting. Boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A book. I like books.
You know, I'm pretty sure Artificer would actually. So.
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't deny it.
She seems smart.
She's smart. Ooh, a big one. I was about to laugh if I don't want that.
Oh. Oh, the evil. I'll take that.
I'm not really gonna take advantage of it anyway. I'm gonna be in the air mostly.
Yeah.
I'll take a Hunter Shakun though. Game.
Hint, hint.
Hint, hint.
Wink, wink. Nod, nod.
Nudge, nudge.
Nudge, nudge. Poke, poke.
Pulls pants down. Oh, I never noticed that. Interesting.
But
The what is it called? The chronic expansion, the one that's like on your character.
oh yeah.
If it's activated, the number on your back changes.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It has an actual
I
like
never
number
noticed
thing
that.
on it. It's
Never
cool little
noticed that.
detail. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, yeah. I missed.
Well, I don't even know what you were shooting at.
By a barrel.
Barrel. Alright, mines, go fuck him.
Wow, that hurt a lot. It was one worm.
It is a worm digging up your ass, so.
It's true. I inadvertently got fucking wormed.
You got worms?
Not worms, wormed.
Wormed. No, I'm asking if you got worms.
No. I got fire in my ass.
Oh, you're about to.
I don't wanna.
I don't think you have much control over that. If the worm
You'd
wanted
think
to
I
have...
would, because I'm mostly in the air, but
You would
after
think
last time,
you would
I'm
think
not
so.
sure.
That is true,
Not so
yeah.
sure
You saw
anymore.
them popping up there for like a second, right?
Yeah, so honestly, I'm not so sure anymore.
Oh, I took this out of habit. I don't need this. I should have taken the crystal.
Oh, yeah, you don't need that.
Another reason why using the mobile turrets is dumb engineer choice.
Because of Bungus existing.
Yeah, because you can't take advantage of Bungus with your turrets, you know, moving. And since they don't sprint, they won't even use Wungus.
Yeah. Just an L decision, really.
For real, for real.
I need a new active. It's actively hindering me. I don't know why I keep using it.
Are you using it? Stop it.
Yeah.
Why are you using it?
That's what I just said. I don't know why.
You
But I
just
need
see
to be
something there
active.
and you're like, ooh, my shoes.
Yeah. I just see it. Might as well use it. Like Isaac, I have it. I just gotta use it because I know I'm not going to otherwise.
What you gonna do? Oh, and I need to update my stream schedule if I'm gonna be working Tuesdays again. That shit still says 4
Oh, yeah.
p.m.
That is the thing usually, yes. Nobody's here yet?
When it was on the starting screen, Booker was saying something. Literally, start digging in your Bible twin. I don't know what that means, but that was said. But that's all.
It means start digging your Bible, twin.
I don't have a Bible or a twin. What do?
I'm horse shit aiming. Holy. Can't aim.
I feel that though. Oh my god, this is like the third Bungus I could have gotten. I made a terrible mistake.
Yeah. The game's like, hey, you're using the wrong turrets. I'm just gonna give you a bunch of these.
Right, like I choose the character that benefits from those the most, and the game's like, here, take them, but I chose the one skill that makes that useless.
Yeah. I mean, it's not useless, but it's not as useful as it
It's-
should be.
Yeah.
As that guy.
At least they are killing stuff. I see them killing shit, so they're doing something, but...
That's good, yeah.
And the moving does help them actually dodge, instead of just sitting there and hoping the Bungus can out-heal the damage they take, which eventually it won't. But still,
Yeah, I
it's
guess that's
like...
true.
For a quick little healing, still pretty good to have. A mobile Bungus.
Oh,
Ooh.
hold on.
Oh, can I? Nope, there we go. I was like, where is it? Where is it? Where's the option? I should move these up just a little bit. Well, this is gonna look weird when paused, but whatever. The game doesn't like me using VTube Studio with this, or my computer doesn't, so that's why I'm doing the reactive thing. It could be a little easier. A little easier on the computer, so the avatars are still here, but you know. Actually... play. Yeah, okay, cool. Lower that, actually. Let's see here, what, this one, right? Which one is it? This one? Properties, make sure. Yep, that's that. First one, there was an option, a different option in here, but I guess not. Okay. Not that for all these. Oh god. Guess I'll change this now while I'm waiting. There we go. Get that going. Not what I was trying to do, but. Okay, not that. Okay, that should be the same for all of them. Cool. And the schedule, gotta change this, the Tuesday. Gotta change the Tuesday. The Tuesday's gonna be 8 p.m. again. Let's see. Oh, that's just that. This one here. Oh, not that, not that, not that, not that. This one. Yeah, okay. Let's go with this one for now. I'm gonna make a message to myself while I'm waiting. To update my strem. Note obtained. Or note made, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Apparently my grandparents are coming over.
Oh. Heyo.
Yeah. I was expecting that.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, if they're apparently coming over.
Among Us. Among Us?
Potentially.
No. Hmm.
Is that going to be happening soon?
Yeah. I don't think I'll be over there the entire time. I'll just be over there to say hi real quick and then come back.
Okay.
But it was unexpected.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, just, hey, people are coming. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like,
I'll just, oh,
what?
oh. Uh,
But...
Now I will be right back.
Okay. Oops, I don't want to open that shit.
Yo.
Fine. Mongoose?
No, not this time. You had a chance. But you said
Okay.
no when I said potentially, so.
Well, I didn't want it.
Then why do you say it?
I don't know. Stuck in my brain. It's
Ooh,
in there.
with how much you love it. I'm surprised it's not stuck in there more. You do say it
Too.
pretty often.
I know I do.
Why are you not?
I hate it.
Why are you not an Among Us content creator?
Ew.
You say it so much, surely. Surely you love
Ew.
it.
Gross.
Oh, I have that on here already. What the fuck? Oh, oops. Okay. Well, just gonna delete that. There we go.
I'm ready. Among Us.
Okay. Boom.
Oh, I was
Oh,
choosing an
good.
item.
What's up?
I forgot I was choosing an item.
Oh, did I think I got mine. I think.
Oh, what barrier you got?
Holy shit! What the hell? That's just from one booch as well. Damn.
Dope. Brooches are good.
They are good. They are good. As long as you can kill shit, they're good.
Yeah.
Oh, my turrets got fucked though. Oh, so that means I was the
meanwhile, I'm
one
up
that
here
was
just-
getting the fucking. What are you doing?
Meanwhile, I'm just up here freaking fingering my ass. Jeez.
Oh yeah, I think you're doing work up there.
I don't think I've gotten any really many kills compared to you.
I don't know. Artificer doesn't really have to be accurate. She got big AoE.
Call me trash.
Even her M1 has some AoE to it. Not a whole lot, but some.
Is that a soft way of calling me trash?
No, no, no. Trying to make you feel better.
Oh, it didn't help.
Oh, well, that's all I got.
Ooh. What
Oh,
do you have in yours?
I got the razor wire, the bead necklace thing, and the rejuvenating rack.
Ooh.
I don't know how much
This
that'll
one's
really help
got-
right now, but you know.
This
you
one's got a red whip, a sales star, and a pocket ICBM.
Oh man. Ooh, actually, my harpoons work with the ICBM.
Ooh, you want it?
Yes. Unless you anticipate missiles in the future.
I'll take the rejuvenation, right?
I got missiles on short cooldown. Hell yeah.
I'll stand by.
Can I target anything?
Take my antlers.
I can't find any. Oh, you said look at my antlers and then you're running away.
Oh, sorry, I was looking for a barrel for you to shoot.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Oh, there's one right there.
Oh, where? Oh, I can't see that. Can't fly like you can.
Run through the field and come right here. Just come right here.
Oh, but I'll hurt. It hurts out there.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Can I?
Oh. Hey.
Come on, target it. Target it. Target. Oh my god.
Come up here.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I can
see it right
physically,
there.
I can physically see it from down there though. So I was like, okay, I can see it. Target. Anyways, okay. Observe. Boom, boom.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, one one side of them blows up on the wall because I'm too close, but I got that shit on
But
standby.
I saw it work.
Yeah.
I saw the work.
What
I got a red item from the normal chest.
ooh. What did you? Oh, the raincoat. Not too bad. Oh my god.
Remember when he used to be overpowered as fuck?
It definitely can be. Especially if you
When it
got...
used to be.
Oh yeah, because it just
It
always
just
went off.
negated all of them. Yeah.
It wasn't like on a cooldown / charge basis. It was just, oh, debuff? Nah. You got a raincoat, you're good.
Okay.
Ooh, gotcha. Going. You know what? While he's doing that, I'm going to... Oh, hold on. Put it back. Oh my god. Whoa. Hold on. Let me fix this first. Actually, let me get rid of... I didn't realize I had just reactive hold on. I don't think I have it on here. No, not here. Not here. I kind of made these from scratch, so they shouldn't be on here. Okay. That one, that on here? No, okay. Anyways. So this one. Reactive. You know, I'll put it here. It's whatever. Okay. So go to that one for a moment so I can open up a page. I got a, is it tools? It may be tools. I need to reorganize these a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Got a little randomizer loadout thing here I can do to at least choose a survivor. If I don't know who I want to play. I do have this, so. Not the artifacts, maybe not the skills, just the survivor. But you know, randomizer's a randomizer. Since it's not an in-game one, might as well, right? Actually, are there any new ones? I don't really know what else you would need, but... Oh yeah, that's the one right there. Per chance generator. Go. Wait, you're supposed to give yourself these items and just go? Interesting, okay. Oh yeah, that's all, okay. Oh, what the fuck is that? Holy shit, that's kind of terrifying. Diviner of the Deep. Oh my god. Engineer turret, king of nothing. That could be the most dangerous thing ever. This update changed Risk of Rain 2 forever. Oh, 2024? Oh, so the... Yeah, it changed everything forever. It fucking made the game horrible. And then they took their sweet ass time to fix it and then didn't even... Wasn't even using all their manpower to fix it. So dumb, so dumb. Okay, sure. Yeah, but just that thing. If I don't know who to choose, I'll use this if I don't know who to choose. But for now, we wait.
Digging. Whew. Gonna be noise in my background. Sorry.
That's fine.
If you're still there. Oh, you are there.
Yeah, man.
Phew.
Chilling.
I was afraid I was talking to nobody.
Here.
The darkness inside me is rising.
The darkness. The darkness.
It's gonna surface.
Oh.
It's gonna explode.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna become evil.
Oh. What?
Among Us.
Nope, he's already there. He's been there the whole time.
It was me though.
He's been evil the whole time. Spewing among us like that.
With this candy corn.
Candy corn, what kind?
Just normal. I mean, ugh.
Lame.
You're lame.
It's like the second worst kind.
What the? Man, it's all of my taste just horseshit to you.
What are you talking? Wait, what are you talking about?
Like, is everything I like just dog shit to you?
What? Base candy corn beans. What else have you said that I don't like?
I don't know, but I feel like something else out there will be like, ugh.
I mean, there probably is. I don't like literally everything. But like, I know that there's stuff that I like that you don't like or you don't care for. It's both ways.
Like
You
what?
just mac and cheese. You straight
Well,
up said that you straight up told me one time that you had it so much like growing up or something like that that you just don't care anymore. And the same thing with pancakes. You just don't care about pancakes, and I love pancakes.
My opinion on pancakes changed recently, actually.
Oh well, fuck.
So yeah, what?
They're even
Same with mac and cheese.
They're even what? Oh my god.
So what else you got, huh? What else you got?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Nerd. I can resume because I think we're safe.
Oh, you're right.
We're good. Don't
That's
worry.
right. I forgot. I was like, I'm not tapped in, but now it's fine.
No, don't worry. I
forgot
already
we were
knew.
just
I
chilling.
already remembered that we were safe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for that, but I might die. We'll do it.
Oh. Ooh.
Dude, that was worth it.
You'll make it. You'll make it. You'll make it.
Hello.
Hi.
I like you.
Aw.
Oh, you got nothing to say to that?
Nope.
Okay.
Nah. You're cool. You're cool.
Oh, thanks.
Just
I got friend zoned.
Just ignore. Just a little bit. You are a dude, so.
Am I?
Last
Oh
time
my
I knew.
God. Was that another chest right there?
Was that what? Oh.
It is another one. I can reach that one. I'm gonna go for it. Okay.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
If the off chance I encounter it, then yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like the lock boxes. So.
True. It's just like, what's the difference? Is that I just get a choice?
Yeah, a choice between two different tiered items.
Hmm.
Usually white or green, but there could be some reds in there. If you get more forms.
Okay. Is the chance the same as like the rusted key boxes, or no?
I do not know that.
I like this item. Or you know what? I like this item. I lied. I don't think I can use it though.
Deathmark? Deathmark's cool if you can use it. Which,
I don't think I can.
I mean, you have potentially 3 guaranteed. Yeah, 3
Fire
guaranteed
Knife?
ailments
Ooh.
so far. Because the Chrono Bobble's guaranteed. And then you have your Burn from M1 and your Ice Wall. Yeah, the Frozen Ice Wall. So that's 3. Can I
I
get...
also have the Reynolds band. But it's still ice, right?
Yeah, it's still like a slow.
So I have 3.
I don't have anything new I could put on him, so close.
I would need bleed or
close.
something.
Yeah, bleed or
Or not gas because I already have fire, but I would need like bleed or collapse.
collapse.
Something.
Yeah, bleed, collapse. No, there's yeah. There's other options. Bleed's probably the best bet though, with it being a white.
Yeah, I think there's one right there actually. Yeah,
Oh well, damn.
but I can't reach that one.
I definitely cannot.
I'll die.
One-
I mean, I can go get it and you can just leave.
That's true, yeah. I mean, even if he did die, you just come back next after going
Yeah,
through
yeah,
this.
I'll do
So
that.
if you want to,
I'll go grab it. I'll see if I can grab this chest too. I don't think I will be able to, but I'll try. I'm already gonna die, so.
quick. Go, 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 go. Let's get that
Imagine
experience.
I died.
You at least got the
Oh,
experience,
that's
because your money should have gone through before you died, so money not wasted.
Oh, and thank you.
However much you had left over. I have no idea after buying all those chests, but what the hell?
Oh, good.
What?
What do you want? The backup, or the backup?
I don't know, the backup's pretty tempting. Oh, hey.
Look,
Yeah.
Kubo.
Look at that, look at that.
Stick. I'm gonna buy this.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oof,
that's
for-
is that
for
ruin?
both of us, right?
Is that ruin?
Essence? Right, because Vision's is the eye. That's definitely not the secondary one. What does ruin look like? That may be
It's a
ruin.
special, right?
Yeah, ruin is the
I
special
don't want to
one.
replace mine.
I
Mine is this.
mine's my turrets. As shit as these ones are, they're still kind of like half of engineer. So
Yeah, both of ours are literally our primary mechanics.
this is a. I mean, hey, you got yourself an equipment. At least you can definitely replace. I'm gonna put.
You don't want to replace your caffeinator? Or your evil? With one of these?
I mean, thinking about it, but I don't know. It's basically guaranteed healing with how cheap they are. So
That's true. He has both of us too, when one of us buys it.
right, yeah, because the soda just kind of magically seeks out like any allies, however that works.
Yeah. That your missile, your harpoons, by the way, I just saw that happen. That was satisfying.
Oh, it's great. That's great. I kind of forgot I had that honestly
Just-
until I shot them. I was like, oh yeah, we got that.
Yeah, just seeked and destroyed, dude. I hate these guys.
Oh yeah, they hurt. They unnecessarily hurt.
I mean, getting hit by spiked metal was gonna hurt, you know?
Yeah. But like, I don't know, out of like everything else this planet has that tries to like kill you, I don't know, it just seems
Random.
a little bit, yeah. Like you got imps that teleport around and like slash you and make you bleed. Got the Lemurian shooting fire at you. I mean, I guess there's the beetles, they just headbutt you. But the beetle guards have
That's
like
true.
ground slams and like shockwaves and shit. And then just floating metal. Throw metal.
Throw metal.
I mean, it works, so that's probably why they do it.
Yeah. Get away from me.
Oh yeah, and then these big assholes. Yeah, them.
They're Lemurians, basically.
Yeah, but they hurt.
Everything hurts.
Yeah, but they like super hurt.
Everything super hurts.
I don't know. I think I can take a beetle headbutt. Fairly
Oh,
well.
yeah, you're right. Your turrets are going to town.
They do like slapping.
They're putting in work. They're putting in work. I'm seeing them just kick ass over there, so they're putting in work.
They're not useless. My biggest thing with them is just the range.
That is cool.
The range and lack of bungus utility. But they do work.
You said doo-doo.
I did say doo-doo. And doo-doo you.
I actively don't like Engineers M1. It's not bad, but it's not great.
I'm not a fan of it either.
So inaccurate, too.
It is very inaccurate. A lot of people say that the harpoons are basically an M1 replacement, and they're not wrong. With how quick they come off cooldown, it's like, oh, basically. And I still try and use them while I wait for the cooldown, but like... You can also just tap it and fire too, if you don't want to hold it.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah, no, the harpoons are great. Once I unlocked the harpoons, I never went back to the shield.
So it's kind of mid.
It's good when you're first learning, but you know, once you realize, oh, enemies can just walk through it, it really doesn't do a whole lot. Like, it still works, but like,
Yeah.
You're better off with the harpoons. Especially once Pocket ICBM became a thing.
Pocket ICBM is pretty overpowered, not gonna lie.
It's great.
I'm gonna take this actually. This is good. Oh no.
Oh no, a worm.
Magma. The Destroyer.
The Destroyer.
Or the Eater of
I was
Worlds.
about to
Probably
say Eater, yeah. The Destroyer would be the overloading one. That shit actually destroys.
Yeah.
Oh jeez, okay.
There's a lot of hermit crabs, watch out.
Oh, don't worry. I never stop moving. If you stop moving in this game, you're dead. That's all that works.
Yeah, pushing this map.
For real. Fuck off, Elder.
Yeah, I got rid of most of the hermit crabs.
Ooh, good. Oh god, just in time for the gups.
Oh no, there's gaps?
Oh boy, I got two of them here. Yeah, right there. Or three? Okay, no, just two.
Oh, I see two. This freaking brass contraption is trying to have a dog fight with me, but I'm not entertaining him.
You're not having it.
No. He's dead. Or it. Sorry.
Yeah, he, she, it, whatever. I cannot confidently say. The only one I can confidently say is the Aurelianite. Confidently say that that is a she.
Mythics?
Okay, yeah, because brothers. Fair. Okay, two. There's only two. Well, three, I guess, if you include Providence.
Not in this game. I don't.
Not in this game. Okay. Take.
Oh, not to buy Gubo.
You don't have enough?
No.
I'll take it for you then.
Okay.
Go, Quail, go. Boost me. There we go. There, it's not so much.
Foot. The foot.
The foot. Paul's foot.
Who the fuck is Paul? And why do I have his foot?
Right, that's a bigger question. Why foot?
Maybe Paul likes feet.
Paul's goat hoof. Is it? Are they saying that? Because when I hear that, I think with the way it's like worded, oh, Paul has a goat, and this is his goat's hoof. But it could also just be Paul was a goat, and this is his hoof.
I think it is the goat.
Either way, why the fuck do we have it? What is this supposed to do? I mean, like, what's this gonna do for whoever this was going to? Ooh, a goat
I don't
hoof.
know. I like that we stopped next to a scrapper though. That's nice.
That's very convenient, yeah. Actually, is there anything I want to?
Got anything you want to chuck in there? Chuck E.
I'll put that in there, I guess.
I don't even know what that does.
You get hit, and what is it? You get hit, and the damage, you don't take the damage like all at once. It gets split into, what is it, at one stack? 3 different hits, but its overall damage is reduced by like, was it like 20% or something? So like instead of getting hit by like a Lemurian's fireball or something and taking the full 10 damage, you will instead, so 20% of 10, that would be 8, right? I don't know, we'll just say 8. You will instead take less damage, but in like 3 separate ticks. Right,
okay.
so instead of taking 10 full damage, you will take 8 total damage over like 2 or 3 like ticks.
Okay.
And it's on like a 15-second cooldown, the item is, before the shield pops back up again and it can happen again. But it does work with interactables as well. So like the cradle that you just opened, you would have taken like 20% less damage from opening that.
Not horrible, but
It's not horrible, but it's eh.
okay.
People say it's like a horrible item. Maybe it did something else before I started playing. Maybe they reworked it beforehand, but it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
I got a wongus.
I did see that, yeah. I saw the mushroom and I was like, oh man. You shrooming today?
I'm shrooming. You
141.
know something you can't do?
I cannot afford that. Right?
I also can't afford that. I'm broke.
Got 83 money.
I got 114 money.
Ooh. 114. Oh, close. Closer.
Just swap one of the ones and a 4, and there you go. I got enough.
Right. You said you had 114, so just swap around the first one with a 4. 411.
Yeah. 411. Yeah, there you go. Now I'm rich. I think.
For this stage of the game, yes.
These fucking guys coming from.
Oh my god, I see one right here, one asshole just chilling. I missed. There we go. Yep. Until my missiles met him. My harpoons.
Harpoon. Why are they called harpoons?
I don't know. Right, they're just...
I mean, hey, I'm all one for
thermal
all things
harpoons.
uniquely different. I'll take this actually. This is good.
I have no idea why
These shaped opal's good.
because harpoons are just little... Yes, they are. Yeah, because harpoons are just... like those, like, spear-like things you find on, like, boats. Right?
Yeah, they're throwable spears, basically.
Yeah. So thermal makes sense. They're like heat-seeking or whatever. Which explains their homing, but yeah, why harpoons? I don't know.
And again, I'm all one for being wanting to name your things uniquely different or different.
Oh, yeah.
I'm all one for that.
I mean, it's memorable.
Yeah.
I never forgot the name for it, so it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get fucked whatever I hit.
Thing is an imp.
I'll get fucked imp. Yo.
Grandeur.
Oh, man. Good choices, man. More fire. More fire. Just keep on stacking those, I guess. I got 4
Yeah,
of
I'm at
these.
413.
Yo.
I was so close to 411
Right.
in money.
I mean, it's over, so you're even richer than you could have been if you swapped them.
Yeah, I am richer than I could have been.
So it's not getting fucked.
Oh my god, I almost just walked into a mortar shot. It would have been hilarious.
Quick,
Would have been big Lamau.
quick, she's ungrounded. Get her.
Oh no, I was in the air. I just almost walked into it when I was going up.
you were just casually chilling, floating. Suddenly, boom.
Boom. I guess delicate watches could be good for that challenge on Seeker. Maybe.
Oh yeah, just don't fall low enough on health. But yeah, no, that would be good. Yeah, 20% permanent damage as long as they're active. Yeah.
Yeah, what is the
focus crystals as well, since
Oh,
you're
that could be good,
literally
yeah.
flying into them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was probably something I had as well.
I would say chronic expansions, but you have to kill stuff first actively for that.
Yeah, it is an option though. It is an option.
It is an option, yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Big boy, wave 20. Alright. Kubo, go fuck.
Gooball spawn its own turrets?
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Pretty sure they don't share your items. I'm pretty sure they don't. Oh no, Gubo doesn't. So no, they would not. Yes, it will spawn his own turrets.
Cool.
Super like strong playing. I mean, in any mode really, but in like normal mode, if you can get an engineer with Gubo and enough gestures and/or fuel cells, just to always have a Gubo out, or 2 or 3, then you'll just have an army of turrets.
Dope.
It's really
That's
really
sick.
strong.
Hermit crabs, you need to fuck off.
Oh, the crabs have that shield thing.
They all have that shield thing.
Ah, well, yeah, you're right. Hi, Surican, what's up?
Hi, Sorkin. We missed you.
How,
I did at least.
How you doing?
Well, I'll be your monkey's uncle.
I'll be a monkey.
an uncle's monkey. Or you could do that.
I returned. Oh,
What do we got? I'm taking this one. There's no judgment asked.
go for it. Oh yeah. That makes sense. I was about to say, ooh, there's a harpoon in here for you, but no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I mean, we already know which one wins.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I'll just take the harvester side.
Okay. What was in
shit.
that one anyway?
The harvester side, the hunter harpoon, and shurikens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this one was just better.
Yeah. I guess I could have taken the harpoon and then trashed it, but I like harvester side.
Harvester side is good, yes. You're good.
I think there's anything I want to trash. I don't know about that one. I die a lot in this mode.
So do I.
Yeah, but I die more.
You think I do?
Way more.
Among Us.
Wait, I think you do? Wait, what?
I don't know. I don't know what I said.
You think you do? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know.
No.
Like,
Oh,
oh.
well, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Because
I don't know. I'm confused too. My brain hurts.
what you said to me was, you think I do. I don't know if you were trying to say I think I do, or maybe you were trying to put words in my mouth again.
I don't know what I was trying to say actually actively. My third one, goddamn.
You're just extra tanky. Once.
Give me the first hit. Nothing will happen.
Yeah.
They'll look at me and they'll be like, oh, okay, sure.
Oh, hell yeah.
I got that from my shipping request form.
Let me see here.
Cool.
Since you can actually safely look around, let me just look at. I want to look at the odds of the shipping request stuff real quick.
Oh yeah. That's what I wanted to know too.
Shipping request form. Wiki GG. The good wikis.
Wiki GG.
Okay, where is just the... Okay, I don't want the math side of it. Just give me like the base like 1 chance here. Okay. 79% chance for white. 20% for green. 1% for red. 1%. 1% for red. And you got an item that increases luck.
What are the chances of that?
Right. 1%.
1%?
1%.
Yeah, man. Well,
we know the
1%.
chance, yeah.
That's funny. I got an item that affects luck out of a 1% chance thing.
Right?
It's funny.
Pretty good.
It's pretty ironic.
Okay, so 7921. Now let me look up the lockbox.
Okay. It's probably gonna be higher.
Probably. I've gotten a good number of reds out of that.
Me too. It seems pretty consistent.
Okay, I know how it works. The item chances
But it's
are
also,
the
like,
same as
guaranteed
for
to
a large chest. Well, okay, let me go look up the large chest one.
It would make sense if it was higher because it's basically guaranteed a green too. You can't get whites from it like you can from the shipping one.
Yeah. Oh, it's way higher.
Yeah.
Green 80%, red 20.
Yeah, that's high.
That's really high.
It's good though.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Definitely.
Makes the key actually worth it because you can basically have a higher. You can basically just kind of force spawn red items.
Oh, essentially, yeah. Oh, I don't know. If I can corrupt that shit, I corrupt it every time. Give me my chance for Bungus. Give me a chance for my Polyloot. Yeah, the key.
Polyloot is so
I'll
good.
even take some shrimp, depending on if I have any ATGs. Or even if I have ATGs, if I happen to have like a bunch of shield already, why not? Extra shield, more shrimp.
Why not? You jump off the map?
I fell off. I didn't mean to jump off. I just a little bit of momentum carried me over the edge when I was running up this hill here. Just a little bit. Just boop.
Oops.
Rob does like to put words in my mouth. Not stuff. Like you
No,
said,
I don't.
just words.
No, I don't. I don't do that.
I'm pretty sure just last stream you and in previous streams and just times in general, you keep trying to say I like vor. Completely baseless. Yeah, you keep on trying to say that I do. So
I mean,
that's
you do.
one. see, that's what I'm talking about.
Just kidding. I'm done looking around, by the way. I got some cool stuff.
Like mine.
He's putting makeup on me again.
Again.
Yeah, you did that one stage.
Yes, I did. Oh yeah, an armor plate, that'll help you a little bit against Titans. Specifically Titans, but you know, everything really.
It will actually.
Dude, like, stage 1, Titans can really fuck you up. But like, if you get even one plate, they basically do nothing to you. It's wild.
Yeah.
He... People said that item was horrible when the Survivors of the Void DLC came out, and I grabbed it and I saw that. I was like, what? What? Do you guys have some glitch or something to just never get hit by the Titan laser? I mean, yes, there's cover, but like, sometimes the teleporter doesn't give you cover.
True, it doesn't.
I mean, there are the prongs. You can hide behind the prongs, but even then, like, if
Yeah,
you
but
got
that's
other
sketchy.
shit hitting you, then you may not want to stay back there because it's a very thin, thin piece of cover. So, yeah,
It's like
no.
distant roots. If you get lucky and hide behind the tree, that's good. But like, if you have to rely on the prong, which like is sketchy as fuck, because it's super thin. Yeah. Like one armor plate can really do a lot.
100%.
That's nice.
Oh, I pinged that for you since you still have the the opus.
Right.
Unless you want to keep it, but
Oh, good job, teddy bear.
ooh, look at that.
Hmm. We were just talking about that.
Right?
Yeah. There's another one to my left. Oh, I missed it. I missed it again.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see
There's one
it.
over there.
Right there.
I'm gonna go open that one.
There's
Too.
also an equipment thing right there. When we have money.
I don't have any money. Oh, there's this too.
Oh,
Another key.
another
I just
key.
saw that.
Perfect.
I spent the key to get a key.
Watch out! Good job.
Get down, Mr. President!
For real, for real. Oh,
Your turret standing in the void.
Yeah, turret, come back, come back, come back. Where you going? Where are you going? Turret, where are you going? Don't go after the little shit that's out there. Get back in. Okay, whatever. It's literally just doing fuck all outside. Where is it going? Can I ping it? It's going places. Where is it going?
Where are you going, little buddy?
Hey,
You're dead.
ugh.
Oh, that's what you get.
I tried to
Bring a
move
key.
closer to the assessment so it would move in here like this one did. But no, it kept
I
going
believe
out.
you. Hey, look, some alien head.
Actually, like Artificer's best friend. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
anybody's,
you're
but
right.
like Artificer. Literally, we
Arti-
literally has to
yeah.
rely on her skills, even her M1. So, like, it has like
Yeah,
a cooldown.
yeah.
So, for real though.
You're very right.
Oh, look at that. What's that? Ocular HUD, random. Third one I cannot get. I cannot ping, but there's a choice
I
one
got
over
it.
there.
I got a tick.
Oh boy. It's getting all corrupted.
Oh, it's another backup.
I mean, probably still better than the Opus, so you have a few
Probably,
options.
yeah.
You got stuff
I
in
do,
there, you
yeah.
got an equipment barrel right here, there's one right there, like, yeah.
There's a lot of them around. There's a whole other one over there too. Another one.
Oh, Jesus. Methrix
There's a lot of
be...
equipment stuff around here.
Methrix be hoarding the equipment, I guess, what the hell?
Oh wait, that's the executive card? I actually might buy that one so I can buy all three of those. That's not a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
You ready?
There's also another one over there if we move over there, but yes, I am. I don't know.
There's a lot
I don't
of
know if my
equipment
turret
stuff.
was because one of my turrets started running outside again, but so
They'll run back in hopefully.
well, with the field expanded, he's safe, but still, like, what the fuck is it doing? Stop that! I'm in here, not out there.
Got a brain tumor.
And you're up high, maybe. Defective turret.
Defective turret. You want that alien head, printer? Or you do you have a red that you want to keep?
My
Oh,
only
you're,
red is the ICBM, so I'm keeping that.
Yeah, you're right. I got 3 reds, but I want to keep them.
Right, what do you have? You have the Clover. That's the newest one you got. You have the
The
Raincoat.
Clover, the raincoat, and the rejuvenating rack.
The Rejuvenating Rack, right.
The rejuvenating rack is helping with the Wungus since I only have 2.
Yeah. So
It
what's that?
makes it- it's
4%,
basically
so
making it
8%
like
damage
a
right
4.
now?
Yeah.
Or 8% healing, not damage.
Oh, healing. Sorry. Yeah.
Imagine you spent with the Wungus to just eat you alive.
I mean, it would make sense if mushrooms decomposers.
Yeah.
It'd be biblically accurate.
Yeah, actually. Oh, hi. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Look out!
Sirkin has some watermelon.
Ooh, can I have
That
some? I
they're
like
eating.
watermelon.
This is their first watermelon of the year.
Can I have some sirkin? I like watermelon.
Watermelon is pretty good.
Just don't eat a lot of it.
Yeah. Ooh, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, turret. Fuck him up. Try and get some quick heals in from my kid here.
I like the noise it makes when the 57 the clover procs.
What kind of noise does it make?
It makes like a bells going boing, boing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I like it. Ooh, hello.
Ooh. There.
Get that chest.
What you got? Oh. I got that instead.
Oh. Ocular head. Not terrible. I'll just carry that.
Plus, if you want to replace it, I'm keeping Gubo. Unless you want Gubo, since you were originally gonna buy it. I don't really care.
You bought it. You can have it. You can have it, my friend. I'll only take it if you don't want it anymore.
Okay. Fair.
But Ocular head isn't terrible.
Oh no. Guaranteed crit for 8 seconds? Not bad.
Pretty good.
Actually, pretty good quick healing if you have a Harvester Sai.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh wait.
Take one of those, I guess.
There you go. Ooh, I'll take one of these.
Now I can buy that chest. What's in there? Ooh. There you go.
Cool stuff. Ooh, there you go.
You got corrupt,
Cool
I got
stuff.
uncorrupt. Cool shit.
Well, now if you get corrupt, now you have better than I do.
Oh yeah, because I have two.
I have one. Yeah. Take some crit.
Take some crit.
Does it affect everyone or just me?
I think it's just you.
Oh, lame.
I mean, most equipment only affects the user, so it's cool.
The frenzy one doesn't. The frenzy one affects the whole team.
Yeah, but I think that's the only one.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Unless you want to count the meteor as being able to hit everyone. That affects everyone
Nah.
too, but in a different way. Not positively.
Would you count the wood sprite?
No, because it doesn't affect everyone at once. You can give it to someone else to heal them, but it doesn't affect everybody at the same time.
Okay.
I do like the wood sprite though.
It is good.
Though small, passive healing is pretty good, and I think the use on it is like, what, 20 seconds or something for that quick little heal? 15, 20 seconds? It's really fucking good.
Something like that, yeah. There's two wisps, one by the wisp by the wisp.
Yeah.
The wisps, by the way. I could not say that, jeez.
Wisps, by the way. Yeah. I'm trying to harpoon him.
There's another one that spawned, the third one spawned in.
Right.
Oh, there's only two active right now, but the other one died, that's why this one spawned in.
Oh, good. It just replaced the first one. Good, good.
Yeah. Trying to dogfight me right now.
Get fucked. Oh, it almost did. They didn't like me fucking it though.
I mean, I imagine it wouldn't.
Ah. You gotta. Never mind. I'm gonna say you got one of
You're
those
welcome.
golems aiming right up at you, right up your ass, but
Oh, well, I got rid
as
of
soon
it.
as I was about to say that, it exploded. So not anymore.
It's gone forever. Well, not forever, but it's gone.
That specific one's gone forever.
Yes. Man, you know what sounds good right now? Some fucking pizza.
Oh, here we go. I'll
man.
take one of those as well.
Some fucking pizza sounds delicious. Might order some tonight. I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna see if I can get something cool from it.
Okay. What place you're gonna get it from? Bazaar. Hmm.
I gotta think about that. I don't even know what this does. Oh, it's that thing. Okay, never mind.
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
was about to say.
I know.
Imagine Old West Stealth Kit, where you go invisible, but interdimensionally. That's essentially what it is.
Interdimensional invisibility. Ooh,
You wanna make your choice again? Oh,
I already did.
you did already. Okay, I didn't know it was close. What do you?
Yeah, I got a monster from.
Hmm,
Ooh, there's a printer for that on this map.
is there
Yeah, it's right there.
some? Oh, okay. That's not too far.
You gonna go for it?
Like, yeah,
Hell yeah, brother.
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 Is that
Brother.
699? 349. Oh, we're pretty
Ooh,
close to your card. If you still wanted that.
I don't want this.
Oh.
You can have that. Alright, we'll go get. Well,
Delicious.
maybe what should I get the card? I got this.
I mean, that's pretty cool, but I mean, it's.
I'm gonna keep this.
I mean, there's that one. I mean, worst case, you could buy it, at least use it on that if you wanted to, then just pick up your.
True. You're so right.
879.
It's expensive though, so I'm gonna have to earn some
180.
money first to use it. But
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll be chill after the waves, worst case. So.
Yeah, I can go buy the ones from all the way over there too.
True.
Look at your fucking turrets' faces.
With the sunglasses, yeah.
So fucking stupid.
I'm pretty sure the happy mask goes there as well. Is that what's called? Happy mask? Happiest mask? Happiest mask.
Happiest mask.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it goes on there too, so just like that with the glasses, with the little razor wire on them too.
That's funny.
It is a little intimidating that they actually look at me though. I would, if I was actually engineer, I'd be a little fearful that they're just gonna fire one day. I'm always looking, but they're chill, Oh, you're not getting pulled off the map. What the hell? Oh, okay, you are. You're fucked. Yo.
Bye bye, guys. Have fun in hell.
It's always satisfying.
It is, yeah. So they get for being cringe. You get sent to the Shadow Realm.
Fucking Shadow Realm. Oh, hello. Just take those. Why not?
Oh, wow.
Fuck fall damage. Or falling off the map damage. I'm trying to think of what, like, because I'm pretty sure when the Shadow Realm was actually a thing in the show, he had like a phrase for saying it. I don't remember what it is. It's been ages since I've seen that show. And even more so, like the very beginning. I got nothing.
He got nothing.
I remember the actual games, like some of the actual games that he played with people that caused them to go to the Shadow Realm, but not the actual words.
No.
I do kind of wish they kept up with that darker theme, though. Only a little
You
bit.
know, everything changes
I mean,
now because apparently everything wants to be kid friendly. Ooh,
Well-
what the fuck? You can have this one.
Oh,
Oh, well, you can have that one too.
okay. Oh. I see why. Take syringe.
The syringe. Why do I have Gubo?
Oh. Why do you have Gubo?
Oh, was there an
What's
an
the last-
artifact of changing one Enigma?
Maybe. I did not notice if it was.
I didn't notice either.
I mean,
But I mean, this is what I wanted originally.
You
so-
got Gubo now. If that's
Yeah, that's what I wanted
if
originally.
the void is a worthy sacrifice for Kubo. I mean, Kubo is void, but you know, gummy void.
Goobo is the void. Gummy void. I want a mod that replaces Goobo Jr. with Delirium. Magic.
That would be cool though. I mean, that's literally the same principle.
Literally what he
So
is.
yeah,
What he is.
just takes
What
your
he can
form,
do.
takes your moves. Just
Yeah, I want a mod. I want my
Goobo's
Mr. Raid mod. That.
Kubo's just missing the telefragging,
Yeah.
the contact damage.
Come on, Goobo. You need to learn the telefrag. But where's that mod at? Where's the mod that replaces Goobo
Right.
Jr. with Delirium?
That would be really cool. I want to see that. I would use it.
I bet you would. It'd be cool. Plus, this thing is glowing yellow eyes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the yellow eyes as well. That would be super dope.
I want to see Delirium invade every game.
Just somehow in every game, even if it doesn't fit.
I play as him in Crash Bandicoot. It's not Crash. It's just a white, goopy version with yellow eyes.
Like Goopy
Version
Crash.
of Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the game is there anything involving deliriousness or delirium, any form changing thing. Just he's just there, cause why not?
He's just there, yeah. You know what? I should do that for Terraria. I should just make my character all white with yellow.
You could, yeah, you could.
You know, Delirium. Make him bald.
Yeah, yeah. That was a bold option. I've contemplated it many times, but then I'm like, oh, but I like the hair.
I also like the hair. I have a lot of hair, so I always go for characters with lots of hair. That's another reason I choose female, because females are naturally have a lot of hair.
They do have a lot of hair for one, but in like a lot of the games I played at least, they have a lot more varied hair options than the males do. Like the males will have the same
Yeah.
amount of hair options, but they'll just be like, oh, there's like 2 hairs pointed this way, so it's different.
Yeah.
But you know, that's yeah. I also have a texture pack in Terraria that like gives more hair like animations when you move, like the wiggle or whatever.
Oh, I remember that one.
I have one of those
Remember
on,
you showing me
so I mean it does so for some of the male ones as well, but it's like
It really only works for like the long hair.
yeah.
It's like real life though.
I mean yeah.
I'm proud of my long hair.
As you should be, that's a lot to take care of.
Yes. I like how meaning is literally the opposite.
Long hair, no hair.
No hair.
By choice, people, by choice.
Yes.
I don't
by
have like
choice.
cancer or anything. It's by choice. I don't like how I
Thankfully.
look with my current hair. It's goddamn. It's horrible.
Let's see what we got.
Illuminati, Golem, Shrine of Chance thing, and the guillotine.
This one's got Warhorn, Gorge Tome, and Fuel Cell.
Oh. You choose.
What was the other one
Well,
again?
take both if you want something both, because I took your sheet.
I'll
Took
take
that one white
Dragon
item,
Guillotine.
so.
I'll take a guillotine.
You don't want something from the other one?
Did you want something? You can have it if you want it.
No, I mean, I took that white from you. Because I chose
That's
mine
fine.
too.
Oh, executive card has a cooldown? Since when?
Wait, what?
Executive card has a cooldown.
What do you mean it has like.
I'm waiting 30. I have 38 seconds until. Because I bought this, but I only bought one. And I was holding executive card. I didn't know executive card has a cooldown.
Wait. Did you use your Gubo?
No, I picked up the executive card.
With the Gubo
and then I
fully off
bought
cooldown?
this. Yeah.
Oh.
Since when did this have a cooldown?
hold on.
That's cringe.
Let me look at that. Let me look at that real quick. I don't remember.
I'm gonna hold
It
this-
didn't used to have
yeah,
a
I'm gonna hold
cooldown.
this. I know, that was the whole point of it. That's why it was so good.
I almost typed in mom's credit card.
I'm trying
The
to
effect has a 0.1 second cooldown. 0.1
What?
second cooldown. Hold on, let me.
It gave me a freaking 40 seconds.
Notes. Boop, 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 boop. Anything in the notes?
Oh, now it didn't. What the fuck? Man.
You must
Making me
have
think I'm tripping.
you must have still had some cooldown on Goobo or something, because it is saying that if you pick up the card when a previous equipment had a cooldown, it'll keep that cooldown. So you have to wait until that's up until you can use it.
I'm dumb.
Yeah, there was no notes on the WikiGG about any kind of cooldown change.
Alright, I guess.
So it's either not documented or
Or it's me being stupid.
you missed that Google was on a cooldown, or it's a bug. Remember who did this recent update? Recent DLC. It could just be a bug as well. I would not put it back. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Buyer? Do I have a... Oh, I have one. I'll probably reach that. Oh. Oh, hi. Just an Xbox message came out of nowhere.
Oh, Wudonk.
But no.
Man, I miss when you would get rare achievements on Xbox games.
Mm-hmm.
When you got a normal one, it was like the casual like doo doo, and then it brought up the achievement. But if you got a rare one, it would make that noise, but it would also make the sound of like a glistening diamond, and your achievement would have like a diamond icon on it. And honestly, that sound effect that it made was super satisfying listening to that.
That sounds pretty cool.
I'll see if I can find it. Just gonna get back first.
I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen one of those. I assume I saw it at some point. I just don't remember because it's been forever since I played Xbox. That does sound pretty cool though.
It was super satisfying listening to it. Yeah, I found it. That is so satisfying. Love that noise.
You guys, Discord? Yep.
Yeah.
Rare achievement sound. Oh. Oh.
And then when he makes the noise and it goes away too. Oh, I love that noise. I miss that sound.
Oh, was that specifically specifically Xbox One?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's why I never heard it. I never had an Xbox One.
Oh man, I fucking
Okay.
that sound was so satisfying listening to that.
That did sound
Did
really
you feel
cool.
satisfied? Right?
That was pretty cool. Yeah, it was good and crisp. A crisp
That's so
diamond.
good. Crisp to diamond.
Which is appropriate because I've been playing Minecraft lately.
Minecraft.
I was playing it just this morning.
Epic. Oh, did you not want something for this?
You didn't want to the words pick up for me being too fast on that one white pick I had. So you were like,
It's okay,
yeah,
you can
take
have
this one too.
You can take it.
Nah,
I don't mind.
I
You
don't
don't
want
want
it.
it? Okay, I'll take the fuel cell. You ready?
Don't want your fuel. Yes,
I don't want your fucking fuel.
I just want your cells.
You fucking fuck.
It's a shame the mines don't come with you. Okay. There, and over there for the hell of it. Okay.
Okay. SpongeBob SquarePants. Another SpongeBob game is being made, and I want.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What, like in like the same kind of platforming thing as the others?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Being made by THQ Nordic again.
Which ones did they make? All of them?
They made Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. They made the Cosmic Shake, which is the last one I played. They made Epic Mickey
yeah,
Rebrushed.
that got a remake, a remaster. Oh,
They
Epic
made
Mickey.
Epic Mickey
Oh.
rebrushed. Yeah, they made that.
Rebrushed.
It's the remake.
Yeah, yeah, I figured.
But they're making another SpongeBob game. I forgot what it's called. It's called Titans of the Tide.
Titans of the Tide. Is it like its own like story? Is that like based off something?
Yeah. Apparently it's King Neptune versus the Flying Dutchman,
Oh.
and it's gonna have David Hasselhoff from the movie.
What did he play? Who did he play?
In the movie, he played. You ever watch the SpongeBob movie?
I
the
think
original
when
one?
it came out.
The I'm a Goofy Goober one?
You're asking me to remember way too much. I've seen a SpongeBob movie. I don't know which one it was.
Okay, well, there was a scene where they were on dry land because they were trying to get back.
Okay, I
Place
think
called Shell City?
think that's the one I saw. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's the original movie.
Okay.
They were on Shell City getting King Neptune's crown. And they lost their way back, but David Hasselhoff, like a real human, came up and surfed them back to Bikini Bottom.
Ah, okay. So it was just him.
It was straight up just him. He was playing himself.
Ah, okay.
It was a good scene.
Wait, so is he gonna be just him?
Yes. He's in the trailer and everything.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm excited for it, but it comes out in November, so I gotta wait.
Oh yeah. Pain.
I'm already waiting for freaking Silent Hill F, so I can wait for it, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
It
There's
comes out
gonna
at the
be a
same time
thing.
as your Final Fantasy game.
September 31st or whatever.
5 days before.
31st. 5 days before. Ah, go get it sooner.
Yeah, I'll get it sooner.
Damn it.
Haha, nerd. I'll probably complete Silent Hill F by the time you get your game.
What, 5 days? I can see it.
I can see it too. I loved Silent Hill 2 remake. It was so good.
I heard good things about it.
Super good. I would recommend it if you're a Resident Evil fan.
I mean, yeah, I am. I mean, the two are compared to each other all the time, so I figured there was something good
Yeah.
about them.
You haven't looked into it or anything?
Oh,
Okay. Are you planning to or not?
maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, if I did, it would be two, because that's the one everybody gets boners about, but...
Yeah.
Also, no, because, you know, that camera angle is not my thing. Fixed positions combined with tank controls is not it. Like,
Silent Hill 2 remake doesn't have that?
No, not the remake. I'm talking about the original. If I looked
Oh.
into it, I thought you were talking about just the game series as a whole.
No, I was talking about the remake.
Oh. Oh no, I've done zero research on the remake then.
It's just
I was talking about the
Resident
OG.
Evil 2 camera angle.
Oh yeah, third person.
Third person over the shoulder, yeah.
Yeah.
Just unlike Resident Evil, where it has like a storyline set to it, Silent Hill is very symbolic. And it wants to mess with your mind.
Oh, but there's a story, right?
There is a story, yes. Plus, you get to see Pyramid Head.
That is true, yeah.
He is in the game.
I would hope so. I think people would riot if he wasn't.
Yeah, that'd be kind of weird.
For some reason,
Because
Pyramid
that-
Head's the face of Silent Hill for some reason.
I don't know if he's the face of Silent Hill altogether, but he is an iconic presence.
If I see Silent Hill representation in any other game, it's always they always use Pyramid Head.
That's just because he's the most iconic. He's like Springtrap of FNAF. He's just the most iconic.
Yeah.
Even though FNAF is literally titled Five Nights at Freddy's, Springtrap is the most iconic character there.
Yeah.
Because he's the bad guy. He's the main guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Except
Yeah.
for Silent Hill, it's like everybody associates Silent Hill with Pyramid Head,
Head.
which makes sense. He's got like the
Yeah.
most aura.
I think to be fair, I know that like if there was a Silent Hill game I knew the most about it was 2. That's just because of how well known it is. I've just heard the most about it.
Right.
The games do have multiple endings though, like as a whole. I do
Yes.
know that as well. Including like I don't know how many of them have it, but I think the first 3 at least have like some kind of weird ass like alien ending as well. I think I heard something, or I think I heard people saying that like one of them that came out or whatever at some point. I don't remember which one it was, but people were disappointed. I remember hearing people saying that they were disappointed about there being no alien ending in one of them, or at least wasn't discovered yet.
I think it
but-
was Silent Hill 2.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
I thought 2 did have one. Is that the one that doesn't?
The remake doesn't.
Oh, maybe it was that one then. Maybe it was that one then.
The remake has a dog ending though.
A dog ending.
Yeah, got a dog ending.
Is it a good ending?
Yes.
Okay.
James speaks in Russian to a dog that encounters his face and licks his nose, and the game ends.
Screw whatever reason he's actually there. Found dog. Licked his nose. Boom. That's it.
Boom, ending.
Why Russian?
It's a reference to the old game. Or to an old meme.
Was the first game in Russia? Like, was it supposed to take place in Russia?
The original first game, the end because the ending was in the original as well.
Oh,
but,
okay.
The first game had like a joke, like relating to that, and the second game wanted to reference it. Scrapper.
Oh.
I am fast as fuck.
What do you? Oh my god! Great. What do you have on you? One goat hoof. A red whip. Oh, I think that's it. One goat hoof, one red whip. Getting carried by that whip.
I got 3 monsters.
Do you? Oh, there they are. I completely missed them. Yeah, I got 3 monsters. You are fast as fuck, boy.
I'm fast as fuck.
I can be too, maybe.
Maybe. Oh, I have these as well. These
Oh,
are
so the
anyways.
spirits I was seeing was yours. I saw the spirits. I assumed I had one, but no, they were from you.
Yeah, they're from me.
Now they're from me too.
Oh, another red whip. I'm even faster now.
Just don't hurt anything, and you'll stay fast.
Okay.
Boink.
Ball of hurt.
Hmm.
More like hurt my balls.
You heard it. You heard it here. The god demands it.
Kinky.
Hurt his balls.
Hard as.
I don't know how you can hurt a god's balls, but hey, you're welcome to try, I guess.
Meow meow meow.
Stretch.
Meow meow meow.
Is that from something? I know I've heard that before. I know I have, just I don't know the origin.
I'm coming in hot.
Oh shit, he's hot! Run!
Oh no, he's hot.
He's hot. He's fast. He's tall.
I broke my ankles, but teddy bear saved me.
Good old teddy bear. You ever fear breaking your legs, breaking your ankles, breaking your feet? Just slap on a bear on the bottom. Just slap a bear on the bottom of your feet.
Ow.
Good to go. Some of the time. How many bears do you have? 3?
Oh, you know what? I shouldn't. I was gonna do it again, but I shouldn't because I just realized I have 3. I have 2 watches. I shouldn't do
Oh,
that.
I mean you could.
Anthony, watch out. They have will-o-wisps.
Oh shit. Gotta make sure I don't die, or else you're gonna get blasted.
Oh man.
What do you have? 3 bears? You got a 31% chance not to be hit. 3 bears.
Well, don't they stack non-linearly?
Yes. 1 is 13, 2 is 23.1, 3 is 31, so on and so forth.
Hmm.
With the max stack of 255 being 97.5.
That's pretty high.
That is really high.
I'm doing it.
He's gonna pee.
I peed.
Was it good?
No. Kinda hurt.
That's unfortunate.
I like how there's no comments that kinda hurt.
Hey, oh, that seems like private business to me. If it hurts to pee, that's your thing. I ain't gonna question it out loud.
Out loud. So
Out
you're still
loud.
questioning it, just not out loud.
Yeah. Wonder how many stones you got in there, you know? I actually
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know
sure
if that
honestly.
would make peeing hurt. I don't know. I actually
don't know
don't
either.
know that, so
I'm not a medical student
don't
or
take
anything.
that seriously. I know. I just know it hurts when the stones come out. That's all I know.
Yes. I gotta kill all this walking dysentery down there. Oh, so there's this YouTuber that I watch that played that also does Terraria stuff like Gungnir, but more humorously.
Okay.
His name is Waffle Time.
Awful time. Good name, good name.
Dude, he is so fucking funny.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my god. He makes a lot of like out of pocket jokes, and a lot of them are like, what's it called? A lot of them are like, you know, like about the stuff. Like he talks about how the Eye of Blue just wants to mouth breathe on him, and that Eye of Blue just has not seen a toothbrush within like 4 months.
Oh,
So he's
yeah,
afraid
yeah,
of taking
yeah.
poison damage. He says stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
But then he says stuff like, I can kill the wall of flesh without getting hit and finally get the Dryad to text me back. Or I can just die ultimately and have the Dryad laugh at me. And he, like, a second
man.
later, he's like, this knife, but it's, you know, it's not small, it's average sized. It's an average sized knife.
Average size knife.
I fucking love Waffle Time, dude. He's so
Oh, wow.
funny.
He sounds pretty clever with the jokes.
He is. I gotta send you a clip I have of him on my phone.
Waffle time. Does he do more than Terraria? Ooh, frailty, watch out.
Yes, he does. He has like a full 4-hour playthrough of Subnautica on his channel.
Damn.
Frailty?
Yeah, frailty. So don't rely on the
Don't
bears.
fall. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't fall.
I'm good though. I take no fall damage.
Yeah, you're good. As long as I hold space, I'm fine.
I have proper bracers. You don't.
I don't.
You have
And a
bears.
jetpack.
And a jetpack. Can we just get shells bracers as an item?
I know, right?
Well, I mean, not as an item, but like as a mod, just to replace the texture of whatever these are called. Head Stomper.
Is that what it's called? Head Stomper?
It's H3AD-5T V2. So it's definitely head something. People call it head stomp or head stomper because it's because of obviously the first one being head, but the 5T could be ST. So
Yeah.
people just call it stomper.
That makes sense.
I don't know if it's actually supposed to be that or if Hoppo had something else in mind, but
I wouldn't know. You know better than I would.
true, and I don't know shit, so
Wave 39.
oh. 31, it's the funny number.
Watch out, it's Trader Wrecked.
Oh man, as soon as you said watch out, I got slapped super hard, so. You said
By
straight
Trader
erect.
Wrecked?
Said straight erect. No, a beetle guard. That's who you were calling, Trader Wrecked. Beetle guards.
No, I was calling the Vagrant Trader Wrecked.
Yeah, that's why I figured. Oh, I'd rather call the Templars Trader Wrecked because they hurt way more. The fucking
True.
the jellyfish. Vagrant, that's what it's called. Wandering Vagrant. Oh,
Same thing.
yeah, just a giant jellyfish.
I'm helping.
You are. What's that, like 31k or some shit I saw from you? God damn.
31k damage?
From the, I think I saw a 31k from your M2 when you hit that glacial Lemurian.
Wow.
I think that's what I saw. Oh,
There you go.
way down.
It might have been
There we
from
go.
the guillotine, maybe?
Maybe, I don't know. You know what that. Oh, why'd they all come up here? They're spawned up there.
Because they're cringe.
It's a fair, but ah. Yeah, one down. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'll do it. Oh, hi, you're sucking. Stop it. Thank you.
He's dead.
So many blazes, holy shit. It's getting super hot in here.
It's getting hot down there.
Gonna need to start removing.
I'm trying to freeze them all. Trying to put some ice down there for you.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the enemies.
Oh.
I just didn't want to say the rest of the song because I don't know if that kind of thing is okay on Twitch.
I don't think so. Not safe for work.
I mean, technically, yeah, but again, there were the hot tub streams, so really hard to say.
True.
Really hard to say.
Hi guys, join me in my hot tub stream while the only thing that blocks you from seeing my nards is bubbles.
Ooh, carefully, carefully. Okay. Feather,
What you got?
Noxious Thorn, Wisp.
Shipping request form, rose buckler, and a feather.
Hmm. Are there any neither that strike your fancy?
I guess I'll just take the shipping request form.
Get those odds up a little. I will take another Wisp.
Here, let me send you this. Let me send you this clip. This really funny clip.
Oh yeah.
I'll send it to you on your phone because I think it's too long for Discord.
Okay.
I don't know if it's sent or not.
It. Okay. I like that.
From a wimpy little 14 to a massive 14.
Big 14s. Charging into the Crimson with no breakfast and 1 hour. What? 1 hour of sleep? Is that what he said? 1 hour. 1 hour of sleep, no breakfast. Empty little 14 to a big 14. He's got that announcer voice too, which just adds to it.
Yeah, he's got a nice voice, right?
Yeah.
From a wimpy little 14 to a massive 14.
But he's just like that, like a lot in his videos.
Yeah. He big funny.
Big fun. What we got? Yeah, let's see. Not a lot. That was in there. Anything else?
Meow.
Nah, nothing else. Yeah, curiosity. What's in here? Hmm. Actually, you know what? Let me. Okay, good. I still have this open. Yeah. H3AD.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ask my parents something.
Okay. Oh, he's doing that. Captain. So back down. It's not back down. Ah. Fair, I guess. Coincide well. Oh yeah, because there's actual momentum mechanics for some of these skills. Damn, could work well. Okay, let's do this. The lore. Okay, about the lore. Well, actually. Okay, now. Okay.
Never mind. They left.
Oh.
Fuck.
I mean,
Yes.
they have phones, right?
True. You right. You very right. Let me text my mom. Mom, you bastard.
Mom, the fuck you go?
Mom, answer me right now. Or else.
What else?
I'll pee.
Don't make me do it. Don't make me cleanse myself.
Call 1-800-DDoS to stop Rob from pissing himself.
1-800. 1-800 DDoS.
I'm ready. Why isn't it working?
Right, you would think it'd be as simple as just going through it.
It's not working.
Oh, I can't properly jump through it like you can. I jump too high. Jump too high with these boots.
Nice
I can
boots.
clear the portal. I am the portal.
We're here again.
we back. You got one of those?
I do. You wanna have a look in there?
Ooh, Oh. Is that the end that you want?
I figured you wanted the shrimp.
Oh, that's not what I was making the noise towards. That's not what I was making those noises towards.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
The cell?
Yeah, being engineer. The only character I would ever take that with.
I mean, if you want to go for it.
Yeah, I'll take that. Give me 3 turrets.
Oh,
How would they sacrifice for no fuel cells, I'd say.
I mean, it's fine.
Literally would not
You
take
can
it
make
for anybody else, but engineer. Ooh.
Yummy.
Oh yeah. 3 turrets instead of 2?
Ooh. I was thinking of taking that from that one anyway, but I got it anyway out here.
Hey, good. And that's just another unique debuff to activate Deathmark, so.
I'm taking this one.
Since you can already freeze with your wall, you didn't really need the ice band.
Yeah. I still have another encrusted key. I had two of them.
How well, so the next two stages, we'll just find more then.
Well, I have one right now.
Well,
I had two.
Only. Okay, well, so the next stage then.
Can there only be one per stage?
Yes.
Okay.
Only one of those, and only one lockbox. The rest of the lockbox can appear per stage, no matter how many keys you have.
I guess you.
My army is ready. Why? What the? Why are you jumping so high? What the fuck? Oh, I know why. Never mind. I know. It's not jumping. It's being thrown up.
Hello everyone, we're going to play Terraria the way God intended to by using a guide from the wiki.
The way God intended to, because you know the guide in game has no purpose.
Yeah.
I'm just
dude.
I'm just fucking around with that though. For real, the wiki is great. It's super helpful.
The wiki is very helpful.
Even for someone that's played it before like me, it is pretty helpful. So
it's pretty nice.
I'm not bashing on it, not at all.
It's just got some interesting takes for bosses, like King Slime.
Wait, like as far as what?
Strategy.
Oh, what did they suggest for King Slime?
They want you to build 3 layers of platforms.
Oh.
It's like, okay.
I mean, I use like 2 different levels total. Either 2 different platforms or 1 platform and then just the ground. But sometimes I don't even need that. I just use the ground sometimes if it's flat enough.
Yeah, I just use the ground. That'll make an arena for King Slime.
I'll make 1 like elevated platform just so what is it? The slimes that pop off him as you hurt him aren't in my way. But yeah, like I said, even then sometimes I just don't. Only sometimes though. Are there other bosses like that? Like on the wiki, I mean. Like there's like strategies that
are weird.
They think you should do that you probably don't need to. Yeah. Or like gear recommendations or some shows that are like over the top gear recommendations.
Unless you count Mini Shark for Eye of Cthulhu, then yes.
That's a little over the top, I'd say. Right, like as Ranger, I think I usually go in there. I like to go in there with the ice arrows, like the icy fire arrows, but even then, just the normal fire arrows work just as well. I'm going Ranger.
It says to use life force potions on Skeletron.
Life force potions.
It's like,
I mean,
I don't think that's necessary.
No. I think the only time I looked at. Well, no, but I didn't even. Wait, was it? No, it was. I think the wiki is what told me to use total armor on Moonlord.
Moonlord?
Yeah, I think that's where I got that info from. And then I looked it up, like, other sources, and people confirmed it, so. But I think I originally found that on there. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice, considering beetle armor exists.
That's why you were dying, because you weren't using the beetle armor.
Well, no, when I switched to the total armor. Did I switch? Oh, well, now I'm trying to remember. Did I? Because I was using total armor in that video, but I'm trying to remember if when I switched to it, I won after switching to it, or if it took some tries after that. I don't remember. It's been too long.
It has been a minute since that video where you're struggling on Moonlord.
Yeah. My god, that was horrible.
At least then you learned that he was a good final boss
A good final
for the
boss,
game.
yeah. And then I learned, don't use a flying mount, just run. Or use a land
You
mount.
can use a flying mount.
Well, I find it super easy if I don't.
Fair enough.
I find it super, super easy to just run or use like a unicorn or some shit. Like, oh hi. Are they all? Oh no, they're not. Okay. Good.
I'm gonna beat Moonlord with hollowed armor.
Hollow armor.
You picked up Transcendence?
Oh, what?
You picked up Transcendence?
No.
Oh, why was all your health blue?
Oh, I have Wicked Vultures.
Oh, okay.
I was like,
Oh, you
Transcendence, why
perfected.
do I?
Okay.
I completely forgot I picked that up.
I saw that. I was like, what? When did you pick up Transcendence?
I would have definitely made a noise. Actually, I'll be, well, I don't know if I'll be fine, but I won't take fall damage. Yeah, no, I definitely would have made some kind of like, ooh, noise if any elite aspect dropped, because the fucking drop chance of those. God damn. Even with a mod called Z Aspects that increases the drop chance to like 1 out of 1500 or something. Like even then I still barely fucking see them. I think it's like 1 in 4000 or something. It's like a shiny Pokemon chance. It's stupidly rare.
I'm having dog fights up here still.
Well, I feel that I'm kind of having that down here. These fucking golems, kind of.
I'm fighting these fucking wisps and
Yeah,
they're moving
no,
way too much.
you got your own assholes up there.
There you go. Yeah, we're the last one.
Oh, I thought I saw like a Planula icon above this golem, like as a buff or something. I was like, what? They have a Planula? But no, they don't. I don't know what the hell that buff or debuff I saw was, but it looked like the little red yellow egg thing. I was like, what? I mean, it wouldn't be bad at this stage, just what?
It's like,
Actually, I don't think I've ever seen a yellow item pop up on there before, so I don't know if they even can. Funny. Oh, another card. Oh, it stopped. Oh no, it didn't stop. It just okay.
Card against humanity.
Sure, why not?
A room full of poop.
God, it's been ages since I played that. Like super
Cards
ages.
Against Humanity?
Yeah. I don't think I ever played Apples to Apples either, which is like what people compare it to.
I never played that.
I think it's like a more safe for work version of Cards Against Humanity. I think I don't really know what it is. I just know that people compare it. I think that's what I've heard. What's that? Oh, I missed. What's that? What's that? Oh, gross.
You don't like the old guillotine?
Hmm?
You don't like old guillotine?
I like okay. No. The 3D printer. It's a bison steak printer. That's why I said gross.
Oh.
No, the guillotine's dope. Just percentage of elite's health just gone, essentially. Great.
Yeah.
Especially when they're perfected and can recover like all their health if you don't hit them quick enough. Yeah, no, great.
I got whatever this item's called. Nakuhana?
Oh, that one.
Nakuhana's opinion.
I don't know how to say that, but yeah. Good if you're healing.
I have Wungus.
That is true. You have Lungus and you have the rack, so it should go off quicker as well.
If only I had Little Disciple.
You are pretty fast, yeah. That would be great.
Does that go off your speed?
Yes, Little Disciple. Right, that's the one that shoots out those things when you sprint.
When it's the skulls and you sprint, yeah.
Yeah. They shoot faster the faster you move, the faster you can sprint.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah, so zooming like UI, they would be going. They would be going.
Dope. Oh, I need it now.
I don't think the damage increases, but it essentially does.
It just fires more.
Yeah. Oh, sure. I'll take a boomerang. Why not?
Electric boomerang.
That's fitting for engineer, actually, so yeah.
You made it.
I made it. I am truly an engineer. I saw that icon again. That Planuda looking icon. What the fuck is that icon?
It's me.
It's you. Oh, the frames.
My frames are fine.
Yeah, but are you rocking an i5?
Roasting yourself.
Frames will be better once I get this i9 slapped in here.
My frames.
I mean, obviously, I want that thing in here just so all games run fine, but like especially this game, just because of how hoardy it is.
How hoardy? How horror?
Well, yeah. And finally find all those NSFW mods. Oh shit. No, like just how many enemies can be on screen. How much the game takes from your resources just to run them all, even moderately okay. And this was some of my graphical settings down too. Like, oh.
I'm spawning these guys.
They only have 3 to choose from.
Well, stop.
I know, like, what was it? What's today? Sunday? Yeah, Friday. When we got here, I think they only gave us 1. The whole time we were here,
Yeah,
there was
they
only 1,
did.
and it was like the boss wave too, the final boss wave. And now they're like,
Yeah.
I'll take a bunch more. This is to make up.
Yeah. I don't like it. I'll take one of these, I suppose.
Ooh, doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt.
W Artificer.
Artificer's pretty good. As long as
Look at your
you use your second special, Artificer's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because the fuck would you use the flamethrower for?
I don't know if you're Kringe.
Yeah, I feel like me and show how to not play a survivor like I am now. Oof.
If you don't like women.
True. Oh, stop it. Stop. Go back to shooting the one in the sky. I was okay with me handling the golems, you handling the wisps. Change the size though.
I was doing pretty well against the wisps.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I can survive them as long as I keep sprinting, but you know. Those machine gun
They
shots
hurt.
hurt.
Yeah, they
They
hurt.
stupidly hurt. They always have too. Like even in the early access. Like I remember the first time I got to the moon, I was like, oh, super nervous because it was the first time there. I was like, oh boy, end stage. And then I get annihilated by those machine guns. I'm like, another.
Yeah,
Okay.
they suck.
Yeah, from then on, there are plenty of run enders as soon as I get to the moon, just because those fucking wisps are right at the entrance. And if you're not fast enough to run behind cover, or like your DPS isn't good enough to take him out quick, that was just it. Just done.
Stop it! Why are y'all so fast?
They have a Well, no, but they're attacking, so I don't know. Well, say they have a better whip, but they
I don't know, they got
they do have an
afterburners.
afterburner, so maybe they have a speedy utility skill that they can spam. Maybe.
Maybe. I think I'm just saying that though because I'm scalar shooting on hitting them.
Nah, 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 nah.
Oh god, I can't aim.
I would be hitting my targets way less if one of my skills wasn't literally homing. Let me tell you, these grenade shots I'm trying to shoot while my harpoon's on cooldown, not landing a whole lot of them. Ooh.
What you got?
Ice Band, Infusion, Noxious Thorn.
Harvester Scythe, Primordial Instincts, Razor Wire.
Hmm.
What do you want?
Um. Ooh, that though. Do I have one of those ready? No, I don't. Man. I want something in this one. Ooh, I'm trying to choose. Side the instincts. I think I'll take the instincts.
Okay.
Oh. Much as I don't like the fucking hat.
It's cute.
It's. I like that the nose wiggles. The nose has wiggle physics. I like that. That's about it, though.
You have wiggle physics.
You don't know that.
Scrapper.
All the way out there.
Right here.
What's in this? Oh, what the? Okay.
Dun 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 dun.
You explore. I'll be.
Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ooh.
Yo.
Hello. Welcome back.
I have drink.
What'd you get?
Body armor.
Water? Body armor?
Yeah, fruit punch. It's the flavor I randomly grabbed.
Okay. What's the chance to collapse with one needle tick? Is it 10?
Yes.
Okay.
I think with needle ticks, is it always 10? The damage increases? Oh, no. It's still the chance. Okay. It's always 400 base damage. 10% per stack. Okay, so it's the same. Did you?
So if you had 10, you would always collapse?
You would always collapse, yeah.
Okay, because I have 10.
Oh. What the? Okay. Good. We're gonna need it. They got afterburners.
I'm gonna collapse everyone.
I wonder if those hurt. Now some of those mines are just kind of sticking on you. You cannot save the mines. Oh, bye.
Just falls off. There's a freaking black hole under the map.
Yeah, it's not good down there. I don't know what's going on, but
No.
not good.
It's scary.
Very scary.
Yes, collapse, everybody. Collapse. You're lucky my abilities have cooldowns.
Right. But I mean, get yourself a brain stock.
Or get an alien to give me head.
Right. A lot of it.
Yeah. Camera shake.
Oh, is it going wild?
Yeah.
I got that shit turned off. Oh, you're blazing, no wonder. Get blazed. Okay. God damn, those blazing worms are tanky. God damn. Stop it.
Oh my god, I saw the collapse potential in that one.
Oh, like the number? Oh yeah, there's 8
Yeah.
already. Jesus.
I know, that's insane.
Well, was it a good
The
combo?
other one I saw had the other one I saw had 22 collapse on it.
Oh, jeez.
That's crazy.
You got the collapses, I got the bleeds. Got the best of both.
Got the best of both.
My bleeds aren't
best
guaranteed,
of
but
both
I got 6 tri-tips, so odds are.
I'll take it.
Odds are it's gonna
You're
happen.
bleeding pretty high.
It's twisted. And I have a Noxious Thorn as well, which just is a native 10% chance. I don't know if that adds on or if that's its own chance.
Last round you shoot. Oh, there's twisted enemies. Last round you were shooting one of those tank dudes, and I saw a 27 bleed on one.
Oh man.
I also had 3 thorns though, so it might have been stacked from me too.
It could have been that. The thorns also, their main thing is that they transfer debuffs when an enemy dies to another nearby one, so it could have been from other enemies as well.
Right.
Can I please stop burning? Thank you. Just like the eater? Don't let the worms here eat you. That's big damage.
Eater?
Of worlds.
An eater? I hardly know her.
Uh-huh. More bleed, more bleed. Oh good, I heard that. Great.
What? Oh,
We got-
anti-heal?
Malachites, however you say it. Malachite, yeah.
Malachite?
I recognize that noise. That was the OG bane of my existence in the early access days.
The whole...
Before the final stage was added, yeah, all you could do was loop. So I heard that noise a lot when I was playing. Oh my god, scary. You know, and then you'd think, okay, I fought these guys enough. I know how they work. I know how their spike drops things work. Just like a triangle formation, don't run into the spikes. Boy, was I surprised when one landed on me. Was not ready for that. It does so much damage too. Like the anti-heal at that point isn't a big deal. It's just gonna wipe you.
Yeah, it does hurt a lot.
It's like, well, I mean, it's a spike landing on you, so sure, I guess, but still,
Yeah, big ouchies.
When a slap from Mithrix doesn't insta kill you, but one of those does, like fuck. You know that's
Like
big
big
business.
A lot of blazing golems.
Oh, there's a lot on fire here. Maybe not appropriate for the stage, but
No, not at all. When I was doing that run for that achievement, I got the other level 5 that I haven't seen in forever.
the new one,
The lava one.
yeah, something.
Honestly,
hatchery.
it looks so cool.
It's pretty cool looking, yeah. It's very vertically massive too.
Yeah, it is.
Like holy shit, it is tall.
But it is a dope looking stage.
It is cool. It is cool. And holy shit, magma worms actually come out the lava. Holy fuck.
Yeah. I know, what?
I'm so surprised by that. I first ran into the stage, I was like, Mama, surely they would have the worms spawn here. And they did. I was like, oh, thank God, something makes sense here. One of the
I don't know
few.
if it was coincidence, but for me, there was a lot of blazing enemies there.
Even better.
Like it was mostly blazing jellyfish, which sucked, but they
Oh,
were there.
yeah, those are horrible. Still, like, holy shit, like, one of the few things Gearbox did good with that DLC.
Yeah.
Oh, god, what's going on? Okay.
You're being shot by twisted stuff.
Oh, I see, that's what's going on. It's hard to see with these frames, you know?
Oh, my parents solved that for me. Remember when I said I was gonna get pizza?
Oh, yeah?
My mom just sent me a message saying they got pizza.
Oh. Well, there you go.
There you go, that solves my issue.
You don't have to choose where it's gonna be from now.
Yeah. Man, I'm hungry too. What time do I work tomorrow? I should probably get
That's,
that in my brain.
that's a good thing to check on.
I know Norma's not gonna be there tomorrow. She sent me a message earlier.
She not feeling,
Which is
feeling
good.
or something?
She's
just a break?
she's gonna take her kid to meet the teachers at school.
Oh.
Take this one.
Ooh.
But honestly, she needs a break. She's been working her ass off. She needs a break.
Oh yeah, she been like 4 weeks or something.
She's been working. She's been hustling.
Breaks are important.
Yes. Beans.
I made a joke at work yesterday because it was the last day. It was the last the last day of work for the week for me because I've been working all 6 days. And one of the cooks and I were talking. I was like, man, you know, what was it, like a couple months ago? The sous chef before he left, he had like 2 weeks off. Chef had like a week off before, or like a month or so before then. This week, the reason why I was working with just me and Mimi all week was because the other two full-time dishwashers, they're on a break. Man, I think I need a break. The fuck. I'm kind of thinking
And
about
then
it, but
became reality.
well, maybe, I don't know. I'm still thinking about it.
Honestly, dude, if you can, I'd say go for it. I have a break coming up next month
Oh yeah.
for both, so I'm gonna take that time to just relax my body. I'm gonna take a bath every day of the week rather than showers. I'm gonna take a shower afterwards, but I'm gonna take a bath. I'm gonna what you call it? I'm just gonna enjoy my time to myself for a bit. I mean, I'm still gonna chat with you and hang out with you.
Sure.
Not worry about going to work or money. I'm just gonna take some time to myself though during that week, and it's gonna feel great.
Right, like plus with the mental stress I've had over my car tags, and finally, hopefully, the lady said as long as I got that property tax thing sorted, I can call back and get that taken care of. So before work, I'm going to do that tomorrow. I go in at 10. I'm going to call when I wake up at 7. Well, no, they won't be open. They open at 8, but still, you know, I'm gonna call before work tomorrow and hopefully get that shit sorted. Then, oh my god, that way another little weight off me there.
Yeah.
But yeah, break from that too. Just go to Micro Center, get my PC upgraded, enjoy that shit. Hopefully that's enough for VTube Studio. I don't know, but you know, just the general upgrades that brings along. A break would be nice.
Yes, it would be. A break would be nice. I thought that was a scavenger, but it's clearly not.
It does kind of look like one, with all the effects going on around it.
If you squint your eyes hard enough.
If you squint your eyes hard enough and nearsighted like me, maybe.
It's just because it looks like it has a sack.
It does, yeah. I mean, it does have like a sack kind of thing on its back. Oh, no, bad time to get frozen. Okay.
I got frozen by something too, and I got scared.
Oh wow, were you super low or something? I didn't think anything would be able to freeze you up there.
Yeah, I was kind of low.
Ooh. It's a fucking amp. Hi, dude. I'm just not seeing you. Well, just now, at least just now processing you. Get out of here. Oh, alright, fine.
Hello.
It was between the ATG I picked up or a Leech Seed.
What'd you go for, ATG?
The ATG, yeah. Extra missiles with the pocket ICBM, yeah. Probably would have gone for the Leech Seed if I didn't have the ICBM though, because man, I'm getting pretty low now. Consistently getting low. I need healing. I can't rely on my bungus turrets.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because they don't bungus.
They don't bungus.
They also just don't stay alive now, so you know.
They just die.
Yeah, I just placed them and they already all died. So they're kind of not doing anything for me right now.
Well, you use your gummy guy.
I mean, I would, but it's like a 100-second cooldown.
Oh yeah.
It takes a minute. I've been using them when shit's gotten a little serious. I've been using them, but oof.
I have fuel cells, so I got timer introductions.
Fair, yeah. If I'm just to show up, I could do that too.
True.
I'm gonna need y'all to.
What the?
Oh, there's an imp in this invisible mix now. Oh, never mind. All the invisible dudes, the Celestines must have died, I guess. Cool.
Yeah.
God, oh my god.
There's a lot of twisted projectiles going for you.
There's a lot going on.
You gotta become Twisted Neobunny because you wake a vulture.
Twisted Neobunny.
Or New Rabbit, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess Twisted Neobunny would be New Rabbit.
Yeah. Imagine if my name did just change to New Rabbit. Like the game
That'd be dope.
knows.
That'd be sick. I like that.
Can I get a mod for that?
We need some fan art right now.
Fan art of Twisted, or New Rabbit, aka Twisted Neobunny.
We need some fan art of Neobunny and New Rabbit clashing against each other.
Oh man. The classic, like, light self versus shadow self.
Yeah, we need that fan art right now. What colors do you not like?
Colors do I not like?
Because you can't just have New Rabbit be purple with orange ears. That's
Yeah,
too cliche.
that's lazy.
So it can either be colors you don't like, or it could just be like darker colors, and maybe he could be red instead.
Darker color's kind of on the same level.
True.
I don't know if there's just like
Oh
a
my
general.
God.
Wow. I don't know if there's just a general color I don't like. Like, you know, just red. I don't know if I can say just, you know, like red or brown or whatever. Because my first thought was brown. But it's like brown's okay, but I guess brown is one of my least favorite colors. So I need two, brown and I don't know, yellow, I guess.
So it could be yellow with
Brown.
brown ears or brown with yellow ears.
Or I could do a color combo I know I don't like,
What?
which is yellow and like cayenne.
Oh,
It's a god awful combination.
but then again, like he's your creation, so you would kind of want him to be something that you like. But I don't know. It's up to you. It's your
Oh.
creation.
Kind of. I mean, if he's supposed to be the opposite of me, then it would kind of make sense if there were colors I don't like. But
Because then, like, what if one day you just decide to be like pull a video idea where you make lore or something, you have to play as a New Rabbit, but you're playing as a character that you don't want the color. It's like,
oh, I mean, it's those colors aren't like colors that I look at them and I instantly like die, you know? It's not like a color combo is so horrid that I just can't do it. I just don't
I guess
like
that's
it.
true.
We got Chrono Bubble, Death Mark, the Fuel Cell.
Wisp, Primordial Instincts, Gorse Tome. Among Us?
Oh wait, did I choose first last time? I think I did.
I think so. What was
Yeah,
it
yeah,
again?
because I chose the Instincts.
We're taking the Feel So. Ooh, my encrusted keys right here. Boop.
That's... What'd you get? What'd you get? Ooh,
A Polylute. What is New Rabbit? Is he just a dick? Or is he like... Oh, hold on. Actually, hold that thought. I'll be right back.
oh, okay.
Parents are home.
Ooh,
Or about to be home.
what you mean the pizza's home? What is New Rabbit? What is New Rabbit? I mean, not really mean. Just I think he's just a super Oh, yeah, just like sassy, sarcastic, sassy and sarcastic. I guess that's what he would be. Did I say sarcastic? Sarcastic again? Sarcastic. God damn. Now. Altar staff. And to you, content update win. Me side content update win. CPU upgrade win. Ooh, whoa. Am I still alive? Okay. Oh, at least. Cool. I'm so here, by the way, just looking. It's cool, Sirkin. It's cool. I'm glad you're sticking around. I am sorry that I am using an i5 right now, so the game is very laggy at the moment. That will be upgraded here. Hopefully Friday. Hopefully. Let's see, but my aim is Friday to be able to upgrade it. May not be able to stream Friday, depending. But I mean, if I go early enough, then it should be fine. It should be. Ate some salad and eating it? Oh, hell yeah. I love salad. So good. Lettuce, fruit, cheese, raisins if I'm feeling spicy. If I make it myself, that is. Veggies. Gotta put some veggies in there. If I make it myself, I don't really put meat in them, but I do get like salads with meat in them from like work or whatever, so. They sell a strawberry salmon salad. That's really good. They also do a fried peach salad. It's also pretty good. Fried peach chicken salad. That's good. Wow, such empty. Thank you, Reddit. Thank you. For dinner though, I'm probably just gonna have chicken. Got some leftover. I think it's supposed to be like sweet and sour chicken without the actual sauce, so it's just that kind of chicken. I got some of that though, that I brought home from work. Friday was a Oriental buffet, so they were gonna chuck it. I was like, nah, give me. I want it. I'll eat it later. That will be tonight. When I'm done with the stream, obviously. Not gonna. I don't like eating midstream. I don't like breaking from stream if I don't have to, so. If it can be helped, I'd just rather not. I mean, the hop, kind of. Now, whatever, it's fine. Actually, I do wonder if... Because that text is really hard to read against, like, that snow background at the moment. I wonder if I should put some kind of, like, transparent thing behind it. No matter which side I put it on, it'll be blocking game elements, so... I've also just been thinking about trying to find a different chat overlay in general. It's pretty cool. I mean, I think it fits aesthetically, but... if your name is too long, it cuts it off, and I don't like that. I don't know, I think in stream elements I can just... Can I add a background to that? Is that... Hold on. Oh, Twitch notification. Oh, new day, new stream 4. Heck is that one? Ooh. Get 5 people chatting at the same time. Oh, was that it? Okay. Stream for 4 hours. I can definitely do that one. 4 different days, doing that. 3 average viewers on 4 different days. That and the follows one's gonna be a little tricky, but baby steps, baby steps. I don't even have my official model yet, so super baby steps. Anyways, I did not want to open up Twitch. I wanted to open up Stream Elements. Yeah, you. Dashboard. Why are you asking me what to connect with? I've had Twitch connected. Why do you? Oh, because I recently the two-factor authenticator, I think. It kicked me out of like everything I was signed into with on Twitch because of it, but it's fine. It let me right back in, so it's no big deal. Streaming tools, overlays. From the chat. Hey, can I just like put a little background transparency or something? I don't think I actually can. I can add animations for the text coming in and out, but that's not quite it. No, I cannot. Okay. Ignored users. Oh wait, that's like, wait, hold on, I just realized it's just because there's not been enough chat messages. My bots haven't kicked in yet. They did show up though, they did show up, so I know they do work, just I don't know. I guess I could just add my own little rectangle behind the chat. Since I can't do it in Stream Elements, just add a little rectangle behind the... in OBS, just behind the chat thing. Just so it's a little easier to read. Granted, I don't know how many people actually look at that. Compared to just the Twitch chat thing on the side, but you know. Let me see here. If I'll just find any black box and just make it opaque in my photo editor. Opaque box for chat. That's about what I expected. Okay. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, okay. You know what? I think I have just a picture of black on my computer. I don't remember what I used it for, but... Content, assets, images... Yeah, just straight up, just... Literally just a picture of black. I don't know why I have that, but I do have that, so I can just do that, probably. Probably. If only I could. Maybe I can, I don't know. But like. No, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. Do I have an image in this one? No images. Control C. Boom. Image. Let's see here. Chat background. Browse to this location. Yeah, that. Oh. It is 1920 by 1080. So that will happen. Let's see. Well, hold on. Before I do this, can I just... No, I cannot. Is there a filter for that? I can background, remove the background. Maybe. Okay, so via chroma key, I can kind of do it. Ooh, kind of. Just chroma key green, but you know. Oh, well, hold on. Okay, there we go, I think. I have two different That's that, right? Yeah, that's that. Okay, so what is this other one I have? That's chat with two T's. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's my background. Okay, cool. Not too many things in here. Can't remember what they're all called. Anyways, I do that. Do that, I guess. Then we'll pixel move you. There we go. Then move you down. Warehouse. Okay, sure. The only problem is that's gonna look a little weird if there's no shatters. That's the only issue. Right, but if I could just like attach these two together, that'd be cool. No. But also, I don't. I mean, I can just select them both and move them together like that, I guess. Also, I don't need. I don't think I need it on here. But still. Now, let's see here. Copy. Let's try and slap it in here. Paste. Move you down there. Right. Oh, that. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Put you there, you all the way over. You know, look a little weird if there's no chat, but if I make use of my chatting screen before. Okay, that's a little more visible. I think. Let's see. Then if I select it, oh, that's so much better. Okay, yeah. Okay. So if I select both, can I then? No, only one at a time. I kind of figured, but thought I'd try. If I can move them both, then, you know. Cool. That's something at least. I don't know. Well, let me open up the stream on my monitor. Get the big screen view here, make sure. This looks right. Yeah, that's definitely readable in comparison to before, that's for sure. Was that a laugh? I don't know. I think we got to mute. Oh, there's a slight. Hold on. Just go ahead and move that up just a tad bit more. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Dope. Okay, cool. Does anyone see any of that for start and chatting BRB? No, I don't think so. Those backgrounds are pretty dark. It's just this one. Cool, okay. Settings. Go back in here, because holy shit. My PC's just not having it. Shutter resolution still low. I'm kind of curious about this one as well. Because I'm still seeing plenty of effects with that on medium, so let's just try low. Which one of these? One of these has like dramatically improved performance. Oh, significantly improve. Okay, maybe it was that one. Just disable shadows in general, I guess. See, there's a difference with hard shadows. I'm sure there is if you really look, but in the moment, I don't think it'll be that noticeable. I don't know. Could turn that shit off as well, but I don't know how much that's gonna do. Anti-aliasing, thank you, game. You know, I can try 4K. That's also a good idea, right? Okay. Oh, I can feel the chug. That's dangerous. Oh, hello. What the hell? What if he saw this? I don't know. He may want to. Artificer has that innate burn, so it's like Artificer's best friend, one of them. Yo. Nah. I don't think I have any scrap either, do I? Gotta use potion though. Empty bottle. Tough I can't refill it with something. Oh, it's my Steam name. Okay, I was like, why is it called Neobunny when I'm using the Ninja Bunny profile? But it's my Steam name, obviously. Oh my god, the chug between these. Holy shit. I don't think the game was running this poorly Friday. I don't think it was. Oh man, I have no idea. No idea. May cause popping. You know it's gonna cause popping. Oh, those dramatic improvements. Okay. I'll turn that off, I guess, but the GPU is not the issue, it's the CPU. I know it's the CPU. GPU and CPU. I know what that does. Why did I just disable? Oh, this the soft lighting shadows thing. Yeah, okay. We'll see. We'll see if that does anything. I don't think it'll do much, but you never know. Oh. Oh, he hasn't gotten those. See if I can get those. Oh, good. Let's take those, I guess. Hmm. Oh, good. I got a little bit of speed now. A little bit more speed. I didn't even see what dropped. Man, it's covered. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, is that bison steak? That's unfortunate. Fucking bison steak. I mean, be good to scrap, but just gotta find a scrapper to properly scrap it. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good item. Oh, what's that? Oh, I think he used that one. I think. I may have. I don't remember. Make it? Make it. Another make it. What the fuck? What's that one? Razor wire? Oh, or guillotine. Guillotine's pretty good. Whoa. Oh, take that. Of it is stealth kit. Cool. I'm not safe yet. Oh, damn it. Well, okay. God damn it. That's annoying. Ah, whatever. I want to keep it long anyways. Enemies are tearing me apart. As is. Oh, they have a bear. Good. Ooh, it's getting kind of cold down here. Oh, good. Some ordinary gamers uploaded a video. I swear it's not on purpose. I have no idea what he's talking about. I haven't kept up with his videos as of late. He's one of those guys one of those YouTubers I kind of watch for a bit, then stop, and then watch again later and catch up on everything I missed. All the uploads. Oh yeah, okay. I can delete the box. I can delete the chat box in here. That was just a test. Alright, delete it there and it still appears here. Yeah, okay, cool. Sure, we'll just pop on the BRB.
Hey, so I know. Uh, actually, first, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay. I because I have to wake up early. I saw my start time. It's 2:30.
Oh.
So I gotta get up early.
God
So I gotta take a
damn.
shower and stuff. So I'm gonna go do
Okay.
that.
Yeah, yeah. Holy shit. God damn.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. You do what you gotta do. Oh.
Alright, well, sorry for having the stream be doing nothing for a while.
It wasn't on the BRB screen. Everybody knew.
Okay. Alright then. I'll see you later.
Yeah, see you later. Holy shit.
Sorry.
No,
Bye
it's all
bye.
good. Bye. Go ahead. Yo, so Clyde doesn't yell at me. I'm gonna actually, just so the thing is still on screen, I'm just gonna hop into my the stream chat thing I have. There we go, just so I'm still on here. Alrighty, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Switch back over to this. There we go. We'll do some single player shenanigans here. Back actually. Try some Eclipse shenanigans, I mean. If I can find the menu. There we go. See about doing some of these Eclipse things. I have not done many, despite how many hours I have in the game. I have like none, so. I'll do engineer though. Continue the engineer play. I'm gonna use the good turrets though, not carbonizer. That's what they're called, gas carbonizer. Okay. What's this for? Ally health, teleporter radius. Oh, fall damage. Great. Well, I don't consistently do these, so I may not be ready for this difficulty yet, but we'll see. Oh, we'll see what's up. Okay, my own personal rule, we ball. Okay. Really? One of these on stage 1 and I can't even? Can't even use it. Those things show up so... Oh, I probably shouldn't do 2. I kind of want to, but I probably shouldn't. I will regret this. I almost always do on stage 1, but... That's the principle. You find a challenge in the mountain, you gotta take it. It's just how it works. You don't actually have to, but you know. It gives you goodies for doing it, so why would you not? Other than because you won't survive, but you know. I think it's almost always, it's either up here or like down by the shore, if it's on this map. Almost every time. Oh, God damn it. This is why I need like a way to be able to toggle audio for specific scenes and not just an all-around thing. I've got to turn the audio back on. There we go. That's so annoying. Nah, I kind of want to keep the speed. Well, in game, it could actually help you. Just get through the stages faster, so. As much as I like the bears. Take you. Good early healing. Maybe my only healing. Hello. I would not call the drones as useful in 2 as they are in 1. They started the... And if anything, they're just cannon fodder, so... At the very least, they're a distraction. Maybe temporary, maybe super temporary, but a distraction nonetheless. And at most, they're actually fucking useful. Which makes me wonder how good these drones in the new DLC are gonna be. You know, it's all about the probes, all about drones, so you would think there'd be some tweaks to them, but... This is Gearbox we're talking about, so I cannot guarantee anything. Right, I'm not playing modded though, so the initial spawn rates are not kicking in. Love this game, but goddamn, the beginning is so slow unmodded. The spawn rate of enemies, which may be the point. Lower spawn rates, you're like, huh, do I stick around and get some money, or do I just go? You know, lower the chances of survival with less items. I always choose to stick around, for better or worse, but... Goal is 2. Extra money's good. 4% drop chance. 4% chance of an enemy dropping gold when they're killed. Plus 4% per stack. Even at 1, it may pop around fairly consistently. I also don't know how... if each item's percentage value thing is like evenly scaled. Because the Lost Seer's lens, I swear, activates way more than it should at 0.5% chance. And yet, it goes off like no other, just 1 stack, so... Can't blame Gearbox on that one, though, that's all Hapu. I'm also not complaining, though, I love that item, it's so good. Because it activates so frequently at 1, if you get like 4 or 5, you're set for anything but bosses. It's a very droney map. Let's see how screwed I am. Let's see how screwed I be. Oh, there's a lot of stone titans. I'm okay taking cover behind here for a moment. Oh, those turrets are not gonna survive. Nope, they definitely did not. They definitely did not, Jesus Christ. I mean, not either. Thankfully, you can use the bodies of other enemies as cover, so... You need to dodge them, that's how. If you need to dodge them and you have no cover, that's how. Alas, though, this may not be the one. Close enough. Dude. I really wish they would add the Colossals. I mean, I did find a mod that does that. It's awesome. Definitely bigger than these guys, but like, I want one like as big as the, like, the implied size that you see in Distant Roost. That's what I want to see. I want to see ones that big. I think that'd be great. Like a secret super boss or something. Give me that shit. Please stop trying to take cover here. I wouldn't if I killed the one that spawned up there or not. The answer's no. Okay. Ooh. You're weaker, I think. Yeah. Fuck off. Oh, good. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Don't, please don't. I mean, it's only stage 1. I really don't care. But still, please don't. Yep. Okay, okay, okay. Cool. Ah, well, okay. I know it was still not worth it. Guess the request forms could be worth it, but I don't know. Oh, hi. Screw you. Okay, yeah. I find the teleporter back here a lot. Not all the time, but frequently it's back there, so if I spawn in here, I try and check back there first. If I spawn close enough to it, I don't beeline towards it, but... There's also a chest in the water every now and then. I did not look for that, but I'm not concerned about that either. Oh. Pick another one. Ooh. Jeez. Another mountain challenge, good. I almost survived, or I barely survived the first one. Let's do it again. What could possibly go wrong? Anybody play Bubsy? Is that a new game ever good? Probably not. What was that, a remake, remaster? Just a port of the classic games or something like that? I don't remember what it was. I remember seeing it on Steam or something at one point. I was like, what is this? And I never paid attention to it again. I never saw it again either, so I don't even know what happened to it. For all I know, it got taken off. I kind of like that though. I like the quail, but I don't want to lose my book, so... I mean, even though it's barely going off, still don't want to lose it. And from my experience, this game likes to take the items I want to keep. So, I'm just gonna not. Yep. I don't know why my harpoons are not always going off, though. Wait for the reticule. Click on. Maybe I'm releasing click just a fraction of a second too soon or something. I don't know. Ow. That was one of my least favorite soundtracks in the whole game. The stage aesthetically, nice. Not verbally. Audio-wise, no, not at all. Do not like it. And it's this part here when it really picks up is what I don't like. Everything before is chill, but yeah, this is not it. Ooh. Ooh. I should probably use my turrets more, but I don't like to put them out unless I need them, so... I don't, because the cooldown's 30 seconds, that's a lot. Not that I really need to put them out in an emergency kind of situation. Not that I typically need to, at least, but you never know. I'm realizing I say but a lot. I need to stop doing it. I forgot I got the ukulele, even though I just got it, so I forgot that. A little bit of AoE going for me, just a little. Outside the mines, of course. Some money. Oh, how though? Mines, I guess? Okay, trying to shoot a harpoon, but mines work too. Camo chest could be over there, but it's not enough to reliably check. Oh, look at that though. Open this. Okay. Hooks, that's what the secondary one is, the M2. It's Hooks of Heresy. Okay. I was trying to remember what that was earlier, but I could not remember what the M2 one was called. Was it secondary? Whatever. There's my full loop. Oh. Got you here though. Hi. Oh, better than nothing, I guess. Fun fact. Fun fact, the blast shower cancel, like, it gets rid of the cooldown for the bands, the fire and ice bands. I don't have any of them now to show it off, but that is considered a debuff apparently, so it does get rid of that cooldown. For the longest time, I did not know that. I'm listening to the part of the music here. This part of the music gives me like Portal vibes. Yeah, like I was hearing this and I immediately thought Portal 2. Like the Ratman stuff, like the Ratman kind of music. I want to get up there and then Porter time, wherever it's at. Oh, right there. Hi. Okay. Someone again? No. Alright, we're splitting. Let's go. Let's see. I don't know, we'll just here and here, I guess. I don't know where the boss is gonna spawn. I should probably wait until I put those until the boss comes out before I put them down, but it's whatever. No. I think I have really any good healing, do I? Oh, not outside my drone. Thing's about to be low enough on health to do its shock thing, which is not ideal. I do have that extra soul, so... Ooh, yep. Damn, could not get away quick enough. Oh well, trying to stay up here to... Okay, I was about to say, god damn it. Whichever one you hit next, I guess. Am I targeting a beetle down there? Yes, I am. Target the vagrants. Ow. I mean, I guess the rejuvenating one is healing them, so it's probably good that it's doing that, but still, just trying to finish it off here. There we go, there we go. Get away from my turret! I know it's kind of pointless, but still, get away. What is that was not positive that was gonna save me. If that was if that was considered out of line of sight or not. Nope. Okay. You're an asshole though. Oh, you're also close to going down, so. Dope. Take that. Oh yeah, this was a mountain shrine. I forgot about that. I forgot it was another mountain thing. Yeah, I usually take them without thinking about it, so. I'm like, oh man, why is stage 2 so difficult? Well, one, I'm at 20 minutes on Monsoon, but two, mountain. Always mountains. I'm at 99 too, so I don't have any issues trying to run away to dodge that now. Oh, okay. Wasn't sure if I would have made that one. And there were red whips. I mean, zoomy, but not what I was hoping for. I don't know what I was hoping for, just not that. Oh well. Skull Shakers. This was always one of my more favorite maps aesthetically. Not my favorite, but pretty high up there. And this was an early access map too, so I haven't seen this one for forever. Can I ping it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Got it. Was I not aiming for that? I guess not. Okay. First one, my aim was for that blazing end, but whatever. Remember the teleporting took away its priority? It does. Since when has it done that? It's never done that before. That's weird. Wait a second. Wait, the harpoons don't count. Is this always how it is, or is it a bug? The harpoons don't count towards the red whip? Really? Oh, but the mines do. I mean, I won't complain if... I won't complain, just curious. Just curious is all. Okay. Let's get to it out. Let's get about that, fuck it. My speed, I'll take it. There's a lot going on up here. Oh, really? There's a 2 rejuvenatings? Why? Get out of here. Okay. Dope. Can't loot a lot, but I can loot some. That's interesting. I still keep my redwood buff after using the harpoons. Has it always been like that? I'm so curious about that. Hey. Oh, whoa. Asshole. Cool, okay. Good scrapper. Anything I don't want? I'm gonna forget about it if I don't... Oh, I see one, yeah. If I'm quick. Which I'm not. Ah. Immediately burst the turret. Not that I blame them, that thing's dangerous, but... anything else, anything else? Not really. Ooh, let's... okay. Templars suck. And so do apothecaries, but they're not here. I don't think they're on this map at all. Oh, watches. Not something you want to really build on. If you got them, cool. Use them, but don't fully rely on them is what I'm saying. Got that now. Fuck it. Put it in a bear, or put the scrap in for a bear. Backup mag. I think the engineer can have 5 mines max. Any backup mags after this just don't do anything. Dumbly enough. I'll be able to throw mines all day, man. But nah, game says no. And that's all we think, so. Which I mean, sure, I guess engineer could be pretty strong with that, but they gave him a 3rd turret with the lysate cell. That's pretty damn strong. Whoop. Oh my god, more steak just for the scrap, I guess. Otherwise, it's staying, I guess. I liked it better when it was fresh meat, but it is what it is. Early access for you. I wonder if there's a mod that changed it back to fresh meat. I would love that, actually. I would actually keep it if it was. Granted, a health regen boost on kill. Pretty good, pretty good. Very noticeable, too. Either stack the items or got a lot done at once. Oh, another scrapper. Okay, good. Always back and forth between if I like the monster tooth item or the med kits. Always back and forth on which I like more. Started out being the monster tooth. Just cause, you know, you kill an enemy, drops a little healing orb, you grab it, good to go. Boom, good to go. But then I found out your allies can take it, like your NPC allies, like your drones can take it. If a turret's nearby, it'll take it. Like your beetle guard from the Queen's Gland item, you know. Osmosis probes. Like, they'll take them, which is good for them, I guess, but not good for me. You know, then I was like, well, medkit's pretty good too. You take damage, then just don't take damage for like 2.5 seconds, I think it is, and you're good. You get healed. It's 5% per stack too, starting at 5, so it's really good. Really good big heals, like just a few. Man, like later on in the game, you're almost always getting slapped, so it's like, well, yeah, monster teeth are pretty good. Because you should be consistently killing the monsters at this point, so, you know, dropping lots of health. But again, your allies take it. So then you don't get it, so it's like, well, shit. You know, there's just constant battle, which is better, which is worse. I've yet to come to a full conclusion on that, so I don't know. Place. Oh, okay. I don't think I'm surviving this. Run. Good, distract. Just a moment. Ooh, look at all that. I can get there in time. Oh, some decent heals. I know I have the soul thing, but still. Oh. Well, I don't think I... Okay, I have one gasoline. One gasoline. It's doing something, right? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Good. Oh, worm, don't eat my ass. Don't eat my ass. Ass is not for eating. I'm so fucked. Should be trying to stick around to grab the healing orbs, but I think my drones are taking them. I have a healing drone, so that is kind of making up for not being able to grab the orbs, but still, it's also like, I'm kind of curious where that thing's gotten to, though. There you are. Keep coming out of hiding. Just keep doing that. I keep running this way and you don't follow for whatever reason. Should be in these. Oh, the fucking scorched oil, man. This computer is chugging. This computer is chugging. Holy shit. I need that CPU upgrade. Everything else is under 50% usage. I think the highest is my GPU, which is at like 33% use total. My CPU is full at 100. It needs to be lower. But if it is gonna be 100, then not what it is. Not an i5. This thing also has a 4060 in here. That is definitely not the strat. If I put you like up here, will you survive slightly longer? Maybe. Ooh, survive that. Oh, there's two. There's two. Where the fuck is the other one? Okay, I didn't realize there were two. I didn't see the other one pop in. It's around here. Oh. What are you doing? Take these. Can I put a toad on your head as well? No, right? Ooh, those things are tricky too. Sometimes they'll climb over terrain, other times they won't, and I don't really know what makes them climb it and not climb it. Actually uncertain about that, so I just kind of hop up somewhere and hope it doesn't, but be ready if it does. Okay. Oh, right, I had the soul thing. I forgot I had that. God, that's one thing that Returns did so much better than 2 is Dio's is instantly activates. Instantly activates. Good shit. Instead of waiting for a second and then activating, making me think, oh, run's done. Oof. No? God damn. I don't know why I'm jumping at off a wax quail, it's just instinct. I do that in any mode, in the simulacrum or whatever. Yeah, there was no mountain challenge, so... Alright, moving on. Not a big fan of my odds, but we'll see what's up, I guess. Where am I going? Siren's Call? Ooh, no abyssal depths. Great. And the cave is open. I mean, obviously, because I spawned in here, but that's not the one I say a lot. But still, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that. I barely survived that without it being a mountain challenge. I'm not taking that one. Imps, Titans, Magma Worms. I'm thinking of the bosses, the teleporter bosses, assuming I make it that far. Oh, speaking of imps, hi. Or not. I think it does. Oh, is that? Oh, which one are you? Ah, you're overloading. Not what I want to see, really. Can't just dodge my mind. Base button didn't work though. I hear the bear going off. Oh, hey. Why am I doing that? Why am I staying close? That's not a good idea. Oh. Jesus. Oh, right. It's stage 3. Stage 3. I mean, this was stage 4, but stage 3. Oh my god. Fall damage is lethal on stage 3. I forgot about that. I'm not used to that. I forgot about that. Okay. You, Rex? Fall damage and lethal, yeah. 100% fall damage and lethal, yeah, okay. Oh, okay. You. Tangle, you, okay. Why not? We'll try you. We'll try Rex. Rex is cool. He's one of my favorites. Definitely helps with the half health at the beginning, at least. But no, overall, he's one of my favorites. I understand I play him fairly wrong because I don't use his 2 of his HP, like HP removing abilities, the mortar and the push, I guess. I don't use those, but I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if it's the meta. This is what works for me. No, not that though. Ooh. Oh, just got done playing engineer. I tried to use the harpoons on those wisps. Oh, they don't even like oh, it's because I turned this down when I was in the simulacrum with my friend earlier. I can turn it back up now, probably. Is it this one? Yeah. Let's turn that one back up. Explosion of the imps not appearing. Shouldn't be nearly as bad with... I keep saying imps, the wisps. All damage is double and lethal. I keep forgetting that. I don't play Eclipse often, so... That's just my bad. You. Oh no, not you. You. Yeah, that. There's a lot in this game I don't do metas for, though. Like, there's a 5-minute rule, where complete a stage under 5 minutes. For the sake of the timer, sure, but I play way worse that way, so I don't do that. I full loop the stage as much as I can. Another blast shower, I got that last time too. That is how I succeed the most, so. I mean, I'm not really one to follow metas in any games, but. Especially one like this, where I've tried the 5-minute rule. One, it's more stress on the mind than I want, keeping track of the timer, trying to make sure I get everything done within 5 minutes. That's just not it. And not it for me, but two, it's just no. Just no. As much as you want to keep an eye on the timer, I like to take my time. And I mean, the more you play it, the more you get used to like where the items are. You memorize locations or general areas of chests and whatnot, so eventually through playing you will get faster. You just could get faster quicker, I guess, by doing the meta, but I just don't care. I play how I want, not how I should. When it comes to a solo play, at least. People complain that I don't play a single player game how I want to fucking play it, then I did that wrong. And they're doing it wrong too. Right, fall damage is double and lethal. Oh my god, that's horrible. I hate this. I hate that. I fucking hate number 3. Oh man, I'm forgetting that so bad. So let's not, maybe this is not the time for Eclipse right now. Right. Oh. Instead, we shall. Go try my own simulacrum. Yeah, god damn it. Yeah, here I am going back in. Huntress. I don't have to worry about the fall damage being lethal this time. Because I haven't gotten there yet with her. Seeker. Oh, the Void Fiend. Oh, healing. Well, that doesn't matter for Loader, because Loader has innate fall damage immunity, like complete immunity, so she doesn't have to worry about number 3. It's just basically number 2 again, 1 and 2 combined again. Seeker, maybe? Which one? Which one? Yeah, we'll do that one, I guess. Oh, show it the laser, show it the laser, dude. No. Got a ground slide here so I can get the healing from the tornado. I kind of want to try hopping into modded, but I don't know. Last time that was really giving my PC some shit, and seeing how much trouble it's having here, I may not be best to do that. Probably play something different next time, though. Don't know what, but it'll be something. I'm trying to keep a lot of new games I want to play. I kind of want to wait until the model's done, but the model hasn't been started on yet. I'm gonna be real, it hasn't even started on yet, so it's like, well, fuck, you know, what do I do? Maybe I'll continue Persona 5. Oh wait, but tomorrow's an after work stream. Pretty short one. Ooh, can't really do a whole lot in Persona games in just a couple hours. I guess you can. I don't know, maybe I can try Minecraft and see how... I mean, it should work. If I don't use the model, it'll work. If I use the reactive like I'm using now, it'll work. Oh, that would be fairly chill. I'm just kind of doing whatever, though. I'm not really trying to do anything specific. It'd just be the world I've currently made with all the mods I have installed. Which some people probably won't like some of the mods I have, but I don't care. Brain is also running a little slow right now. Slow brain, slow brain. Oh god, another mountain, really? Yeah, that's a bad idea. I could do a modded Risk of Rain stream tomorrow, like just mods. I completely missed that. Oh, that's here too. Ooh. I should be trying to hit enemies with this to get the bonus. I should be doing that. Oh, I completely missed the two down there though. Oh, I thought I timed that right. I did not. Okay. Been around the area already, so I guess we'll just go for it. Some stuff somewhere though. Not a lot of drones or items. I guess I have 5 items. That's fairly average for stage 1. For me. Yeah, whatever. So what's up? The challenge of the mountain begins. More stone titans. Great. Oh, I can end this quick. There we go. Probably not the best boss to use it on as far as the item goes, but... Oh, look at that. 3 in 1. 3 in 1. That's what I like to see. I mean, the teleporter events are good opportunities to get those stacks going with, so... Oh, I'm inside him. Good, good. Yep. Why not? Oh, well, I guess this is fine. Not the worst item out there, that's for sure. Definitely not the worst. Oh, right, I got a turret. Yeah, nobody taking. Oh, I don't know. I can. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say another game, but I'm convinced that game is cursed to stream, so it's not gonna. Not gonna even say it. Cool. Yeah, I could always make tomorrow just like an indie stream. I have a bunch of indie like horror games and whatnot that I just have sitting on standby. I could just play a bunch of those, like on itch. Just get them all downloaded, ready to go. Back to back short horror game stream. Well, it's been a while since I played a horror game on here, I think. I think. Well, like more proper horror game at least. I don't. 7 Days to Die is a horror game, but it's not, you know, nowhere near scary. Nowhere near. Indie games tend to be a little more on the scary side, just a little. Ah, damn it. Oh, I got the last void monster though, whatever it was. Was it worth it? I mean, it's giving me gold, so I guess so, in a way, but no items, which is really what I want out of those things. Oh, this is the other stage where aesthetically it looks alright, but the music, not it. Definitely not it. I don't like the music in this stage. It's not even your typical, like, desert theme either. I just don't like it. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Get rid of that. Not the most useful on Seeker. There we go. Ah, damn. Okay. I didn't think that would work, but I didn't even reach him. I thought I'd at least reach him. Yeah, there we go. Did not want to hit that. Did not want to hit that. One didn't want to at all. It's fine, but I want the speed. Did want to hit that. Want that. Ooh, AoE. Good old proper AoE, I mean. Seeker has AoE, but not this kind of AoE. Gasoline AoE, good AoE. Ooh, this may be my last run. I am feeling it. This has been a week, let me tell you. This has been a fucking week. I'm ready for a sense of normalcy, a sense for a little more chill this coming week. Hopefully tomorrow I can get my car fully situated. Don't have to stress about that anymore. And then I can get my PC upgraded, ready to go, and properly stream. Try to properly stream at least. Okay, where? Oh. Oh, good. One of you again. Oh. About to do the big suck. That's what I thought. No sucky for you. Ooh, can I use this? I think so, right? 350. Oh, 600, yeah. Yeah, there we go. And that. Okay, so M2 and special. Oh, whoa, computer just froze for a second. The game did at least. Oh. Well, not bad detecting an OBS though, so maybe it was just the game. I don't know. Oh, I'm here again. Cool. Aiming right for it. It fucked. There's probably stuff over there, but I don't know. Didn't have the money to really get any of it anyway, so it doesn't matter in the end. I think I'll go back if I really want to. Oh, good one of those here. I can respect trying to give me the option game. I can respect it, but I don't. I just don't. Oh. Oh, I should be trying to do this. Should be trying to do this. That used to be the bane of my existence when I first started playing this in the early access, because the teleporter can be like anywhere around any of these like circle platforms. And back then at least I couldn't really make out the teleporter particles very well, so I would spend ages on this map just trying to find the damn thing. And of course, the enemies get stronger the higher the timer goes up, so it would just lead to not success. Even now, it's still kind of easy to miss it, but with the extra, with the new setting with the DLC, with the particle, like extra particle emphasis, basically, it makes it a little easier to find in maps like this, where it can be obscured fairly easily. Yeah, why not? I got one scrap. Better to use it than not ever use it. Waste it. And speed is good. Speed is always good in this game. Let's activate that as well, just to have it. I see there's the particles right there. It was super hard to see those back in the early access. For me it was at least. Yeah, right there. That option to have that pop up once you found it wasn't there either. Like, you could ping it, but the ping only stays for like 30 seconds or so. There's an option to just always have it pinged once you ping it or get close enough to it, so I love that. I used to have a mod that did that. With it being officially in the game, I just disabled the mod, because why bother having it? Really wasn't a point. That was just a little extra work that my computer was doing. Loading up another mod. Oh, but there was this. I thought Seekers, I'm really wanting to take the most advantage of that, but still. It's the opportunity. Okay, you can just not. Just stop. Just stop, please, just stop. Damn. Alright, whatever. I'm trying to get that meter up, but it's just not getting good angles. Oh. There we go. Okay. What we got? Grove tenders, maybe? Or dune shredders, I guess. That works too. Walking teapots. That's what I used to call them. Well. There's a couple. Ooh, that is not. Never mind, it was. I didn't think that'd be low enough, but alas. So. I think the other one's down there. No, it's over here. Why is it always spawning so far from the first one? It was just me running away. Alright, what are you doing down there? Stop it. Let's just get right in there, try and stop that healing it's doing. I think I failed, but it's whatever. It does stop eventually. Like, fuck. Oh, ow. See if I can do a little wind up here. I don't think I really can do this right, but oh my god, it's okay. Just look at the healing. Even if I don't hit an enemy, so it's fine. What are you doing? Get out of here. There we go. Alas, I need to, get the teleporter and not here, so there we go. Holy cheat, good. I mean, better than Bandoliers, but the Seeker, not that much better. Unless you've got mad attack speed, I guess. I do want those items though. I'm going back for those items. Yeah, these. Are they the same thing? Yeah, they were. Funny. Okay. A little extra money for the next stage. Just a little though. 24 is not really a whole lot, but it's still something. And I'm back here again, I just realized. 22 minutes though. A lot faster than the previous one, that's for sure. I think I'm going backwards as well. I don't like waiting for enemies to show up, so I'm gonna summon some. For better or worse. Mass contraptions. Oh, good. Overloading. Oh my god, ow. Whoa, 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 y'all are a little too close. Stop it. Oh, and there's an imp. Imp overlord. Cool. Fuck off, Lemurian. Get out of here. Ooh, I'm not doing myself any favors. Heal, heal, heal. Potentially heal. Oh my god, oh my god. Ah. Oh, bungus. I mean, it's something, I guess, if I can stand still long enough to properly use it. Oh, okay, okay. God damn. Whew. Alrighty. The curse is broken. That was just a video title. I have no idea. Alrighty. That. Oh, wrong one. I'll get these eventually. Guess I can phase again. That is all the time I have for today. I'm tired. I'm gonna go eat dinner and then go do something. I don't know what. A little shorter than normal for a day off, but that's just how it is sometimes. At least I was here. At least I was here. The schedule is going to be a little different. I think I'm back to working Tuesdays now. I only thought about this while I was streaming, so I haven't updated the schedule yet, but I'm working Tuesday this week at least, so that will be an 8 p.m. stream, not a 4 p.m. stream. Because I'll be working, so but that's probably how it's going to be for the future. I was originally working Tuesday as well, but due to work circumstances, I guess, I had Tuesdays off, but not anymore, so I'll be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Sirkin, for being here, even if lurking. It's always appreciated. Bye-bye.